You can come up if you want. Wherever it was. Can't remember your name. You were in CT's bitching and moaning, though. About liberals. Them damn liberals. You can come up. I'm one of them damn liberals. Chairman, huh? Yes, I'll re-invite everybody. Sally O'Malley. Yeah, come up, Sally O'Malley. Or do you not speak live?
Why is there nobody here? What happened?
I just started.
Oh, again?
Yeah, I was live earlier, but then I went shopping and...
what have you guys been talking about today?
What were we talking about?
More importantly, what did you buy?
I just bought ice cream. I needed ice cream.
That's based.
Had to have ice cream.
Hell yeah. It's fucking summer, dude. You gotta have ice cream.
Yeah, there's like a dollar store up the street from me, so I went over there to go get ice cream, and I stayed live, and I had the phone, but I just left it in the car because I couldn't. I can't get service inside the store anyway. So
that happens to me all the time. Sometimes I like put my phone in my pocket and it'll just like turn off, meaning like I'm just like teacupped probably and I'll just get kicked. But yeah, accidentally, like I was listening.
Oh, boo-hoo, it's so hot in Colorado and Michigan. Oh my God, summertime. It's so awful. We need ice cream. Fuck you guys.
But it's different. It's different in Arizona and Colorado. Like, do you guys even know what humidity is? It's like walking through hot soup.
Yeah, that's fair.
Soup.
Yeah. And Crosstabs, I appreciate you acknowledging that you heard that I was from Michigan. You must have heard that I'm from Michigan because I'm actually living in California, but I have proclaimed that I'm from Michigan.
You put it in the chat. It was either in CT's or Messi's, but I saw you put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was like 97 degrees when I went to the store.
Yeah, it's like 101.
Have you ever experienced 97 degrees and 87% humidity?
Yeah, but only when I'm near an ocean.
Yeah.
Gross. That's so gross.
Buffalo.
I mean, it's not so bad because I do live by the water.
Yeah, you just jump in when you get too hot. Right?
I do like the coast. I do like the living on the water. It is nice. Right,
Yeah,
Moochie?
I can handle the humidity and the heat as long as I can go, lay out in the water. Saltwater is awesome too. You just get to lay on your back and float.
Honestly, the worst part about it is my office is like an ice box. Like
it's beautiful living by the ocean.
Yeah, I love the ocean, but like when I'm at work, it's so fucking cold in there. Like I don't understand. Like how is it, like I literally have a heated blanket in my office that I sit with because it's so cold in there.
That's so smart.
I know. I also wear gloves, like little hobo gloves while I'm at work because my hands get so cold.
Are they fingerless?
Yeah, like little fingerless.
Oh my God. Do they have the mitten cover that flips over?
Huh?
Do they have like the mitten cover that flips over the fingers?
No, I actually just cut them myself.
Oh shit, okay. All right.
Yeah.
She's got cut off gloves. Like
that's hard.
They're not afraid.
It's cold in there, man. It's really cold. Like it's genuinely so cold in there. And every single woman in the office is the same. We're all freezing our asses off.
Why do they do that?
You gotta get your heat level up. You gotta do some push-ups. You know,
Someone needs to find the
whatever it
thermostat.
takes.
I don't know what you're talking about, push-ups.
Dude, no. This is actually really funny. We actually tried looking for it once. Like, we went everywhere. We went to maintenance, but apparently it's like behind a like locked maintenance door because we wanted to turn the temperature up because it's so cold. I had this intern who was like 5 foot nothing and like 110 pounds soaking wet. She was shivering in a meeting the other day.
You know, we open the windows. It's hotter outside.
Dude,
Open the windows.
yeah, that's what we ended up doing. I opened the window.
You'll appreciate this. I had to take my daughter to an X-ray one time, and well, it was an X-ray, and the room that they took her to, it was freezing, and like the people working in there were like had like jackets on and were like shivering, and I was like, what are you guys doing in here? Why are you trying to heat up? They're like, we can't do anything about it. We've complained, but we just wear more clothes.
Yeah, I don't even have my air conditioning on. I just have the windows open today because it's beautiful out.
Maybe wear thermals under your work outfit. I don't know about that. That sucks.
Dude, no, I have to wear business to work. It's like already so uncomfortable.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mojo.
It's God, what a horrible world you guys live in.
Oh yeah, the outfit. If the outfit's uncomfortable all day, it just life sucks.
I mean, I do have like I have like a really nice capsule wardrobe of work clothes that I have tailored, so they're not uncomfortable. But like wearing a thermal under there would be uncomfortable. You know, none of the fabrics have any give. You know,
I still shovel snow, 3 feet of snow in fucking shorts. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you people.
No, again, when there's moisture in the air and it's cold, it's really, really cold. Like it's different. I lived in Colorado, and the Northeast is colder.
You have
maybe not by
it's
temperature.
relative though. I remember I lived in Michigan.
Okay,
and
Crosstabs said my name.
Oh, sorry. Just real quick. You've got a person named what was it, Italian sausage or something, trying to come up. And I think based on what happened on CT's live twice, about
definitely
20
do
minutes ago,
You should
I
definitely
think you got to
do
be
it.
careful. No.
yeah, you don't want Italian sausage up there.
They're gone.
That's so weird. Of all the lives I've ever had between all my accounts, that's never happened to me once.
And it happened to you twice.
Yeah,
Same dude.
Back to fucking back. Impressive.
The DSA is just that sexy,
Rosa,
CT.
we got to watch somebody jerking off. Wonderful.
It's rare. The good thing I get my main back tomorrow. That way, if this one gets banned tonight, I'll just be back tomorrow.
I mean, just like, why are people doing that? Like, what is the thought process to the point where you're like, I'm gonna like actively try and get up? Like, what are the thoughts before that?
People are bored. They're bored.
They're sad and lonely. Yeah, and bored.
I remember I was a teenager in Michigan sitting on a front porch swing wondering, what the fuck am I going to do with my life? Just, if I had this when I was that age, I would be on here trolling everyone.
Well, you know, an idle mind is the devil's playground, so there you go.
I don't want a panel full of liberals. And
Same.
Rosa runs away when things get tough, so.
No, Rosa.
So is that a picture? Is that a picture of you, or who is that?
It's AI, but yeah, it's me, but it's AI.
Well, I was hoping that you'd get Brendan back here. Like I said, I really want to stretch my legs on this combo, and I was getting to do that with him. It sucked the timing of that fucking puzzle piece.
Dude, I was listening to Gormy and Donovan earlier talking about the economy and jobs, and like they don't know anything about how the economy functions. Like the economics 101 is if you have more people, your economy will grow, because for every person that comes in, they're going to use services. They're going to use healthcare. They're going to use schools. They're going to buy and shop at grocery stores. It expands the government, and jobs are not finite. And there's zero data that suggests that immigrants have, and low skilled immigrants have any effect on native jobs and native job wages. And high skilled workers, like, part of the reason that H-1Bs get paid a little less is because companies have to pay an enormous amount of money for lawyers, for all of the paperwork, all of the filings that are done. So some of that money goes towards that. I mean, it's not all just because of that. Like, some of it is just lower, but part of the reason they do that, which is an enormous headache, is because there's not enough people doing engineering in schools. There's not enough people who are doing coding at the level that we need to have those jobs. If there were Americans who came in for those jobs, they would hire them because it's easier to do that.
Don't worry,
Okay, that's
AI
a fair
will take
point.
your job soon.
That's a fair point, HR. But have you considered Go Army and Brendan's backyard?
Oh God, it's just like the thing is like, I've just realized that so many Republicans are mad at something that's just not happening. They make up a problem in their head and then they're angry about it. Like, not happening, not the problem, not the issue. You guys don't understand how the thing works. That's why you're so mad.
What's the
And
problem?
the problem is they also are incapable of learning it because they don't trust experts. They don't trust the places that actually gain this information. So they're going to be stuck in that rigmarole their whole fucking lives.
Well, which experts are you talking about?
The ones that study
People
the
who are-
economy.
People who study it, people who go to school for it, people who write books, people who publish studies. They don't look at any of that information. And that's how you actually learn the thing. You start to understand the thing. And again, it's like economics is a really, really complex thing that doesn't have too much depth. I mean, and I say that because, like, that's why it's vulnerable in so many things. Like, the things that we build in the world are complex, but they don't have the same kind of depth like nature builds. So they're more vulnerable to small changes and things that happen to it, right? And like, people just don't want to learn things from the ground up. They just want to hear something and then they create a belief around it and then they keep arguing it and holding on to it instead of being open to new information. My ideas get challenged on a regular basis by people way smarter than me all the time because I'm not the smartest person in the room at my job. And I want it that way. I get challenged by professors. I get challenged by people who have been working in my field for decades. And that's how I know my ideas stand up, because the most intelligent people working in those areas challenge me constantly.
Yeah, I know. You think there's like human nature and shit. Michael left. I was trying to get a time to introduce him and he just left. No. Shit.
I mean, they're just silly.
Nothing but liberals. It's so boring.
Oh my God, Tabasco. I haven't seen him in forever.
I'm so sorry, I'm not an op.
He was checking out the firmament.
He was what?
Checking out the firmament.
The firmament? Is that a Christian thing?
Getting a lay of the land.
It's a flat earth thing.
Oh. Oh, man.
You know, it was a crazy stat I just saw the other day, and I didn't believe it, and I had to like look into it further. That since like 2018 or 2019, like 80% of our labor force growth was people that were foreign born. And I was like, there's no way that tracks. And I started looking at like immigration numbers versus birth rate, and I was like, oh shit, that kind of fucking tracks.
Yeah, no, we're way below replacement, so that does track.
Like 500,000 people per year. That's crazy.
And in order to keep up with this, like, in order to keep the same like labor pool, you either have to have more babies or you have to have immigration. It's one of the two, and people aren't having babies because, well, material conditions suck. So why would you do that?
We just need to get women out of the workforce, get them back in the kitchen.
Yeah.
We just need people having more babies and ignoring what is happening around them, so that they can just push forward more babies, more suffering in the next couple decades, and it'll be fine.
Yeah. No talking, no thinking.
I think it's scary bringing a child into the world right now. And I have a 4-year-old granddaughter.
And it's expensive, don't forget it's
8-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I I don't know.
Well,
I
guess
don't know how I
what,
feel
guys?
about it.
It doesn't get
I,
easier when they are adults. It doesn't get any
I have
easier.
CT part time.
There's your show. That's funny.
Two tech. Depends on which guy shows up to the party, but yeah. Mojo's got to babysit sometimes.
Wait, was that you, Mojo? Was that you? The other day, someone said Bryn had 4 kids.
It was,
They were
it
talking
was
about
me.
CT.
I have 4 kids. What's the problem with that?
Bryn
No,
definitely has
because
4
they
kids.
they actually have 3 kids, and he was saying that CT is one of the children that Bryn has to
Oh,
take
that's too
care of.
funny.
No, seriously though, like I just like I
You
I just
okay?
want I want Mojo. I want to have Mojo like watch my like babysit. That would be hilarious. They'd be like, I want to do this. She'd be like, shut the fuck
Mojo
up.
would treat it
Dude,
like a chihuahua. Stop
you
it.
would come home and your entire house would have drawings all over every square inch of every wall that exists in your house.
He'd be like, they wanted to do it. I don't want to stifle their creativity.
Exactly.
Honestly, like I
That's base
know
though.
that I know that I need to have kids so that all of these Republicans that are having kids. Oh, sorry.
Sammy, you got to mute. Sammy, you got to mute.
Sammy.
I'm going to mute you, Sammy.
I was going to say, I know I need to have kids because who's going to save all of these Republicans that are going to destroy the world otherwise?
Right?
Like, I mean, my kids are, at least I know my kids will have a good head on their shoulders to like not be idiots and help people.
Dude, my girl,
We need to
she's-
expand CCOT and send all the Republicans there.
Fuck it.
that's based.
I think that's
Yeah,
a terrible
I
idea,
agree.
Mojo.
Why is
Yeah,
that
no,
a terrible idea?
Why? Because if it was only leftists left, the country would go to shit right away, immediately.
Oh, absolutely
I don't think
not.
so.
It would be a wonderful place to live.
I think
It'd be
every
a
big
freaking
city
Why
would
you
disagree
have
with that.
UBI and universal healthcare, right? That's great.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
wouldn't
it'd
have
be
to
a
listen to you
utopia.
snowflakes all the time.
Who's a snowflake, dude? We are not the ones who invented safe spaces and be kind movement. Stop it.
Yeah, except you're always looking for safe spaces today.
I don't want to
Yeah.
find a safe space, bro. Fuck off.
I mean, I think the bigger problem is just like the anti-intellectualism on the right? Like there's clearly a huge divide in like them seeing reality because they don't really understand like systems and functions and how things actually work, right? That's like why sometimes when I'm having conversations with these guys and they say something like, I don't know what to say. The amount of gaps I have to fill in for you to even explain to you why you're wrong is going to take me 25 minutes because there's such a clear misunderstanding of how the thing works. You know, or like it's so conspiratorial, or they're just doing things intuitively, and most things don't work intuitively. Like the reason we have the scientific method is because none of it turned out to be intuitive. It's all weird as shit. Like it all works really strangely, and it's not something you can just kind of logically think through, right? It doesn't work logically. It works in very specific systems that have been set up over hundreds and thousands of years, and our economy works very similarly to that. They're really complicated systems that aren't necessarily intuitive. They don't really just follow logical lines, right? Sometimes things just look odd and different, and you have to understand how to look at data and statistics to understand it.
It's kind of like if you think about it like a chess game, right? There are people who can see like 3 or 4 moves ahead. And those people generally are revered for being like hyper intelligent, like really good chess players. Everyone else sees like 1 or 2 moves ahead. Like this is what we're talking about. Like people who hear something, hear a soundbite, and it's like, oh, this is what I believe now. But it's like, yeah, but you don't know what's gonna happen next. Like, what are you talking about?
It's actually even more difficult than that. It's not even that people can only see 1 or 2 chess moves ahead. They don't know how the pieces move. They don't even know how each piece moves. They don't know that a bishop can only move diagonally on the color that it's on. They don't know that a queen can move in any direction. They don't know how the pieces move in the first place. So that's the
what do the
problem.
horses do again?
An L shape.
They go up 2 and over 1, or up 1 and over 2, Mojo.
And what are they called? Not horsies.
Knights.
They're nice.
Nice.
And the Knights.
Heuristic, I
I'm
did want to
not.
ask.
I'm not a big chess fan. The strategic game I like is Go. I like playing Go. That's a really fun game.
I like playing Stop.
Chess is a good game.
I like
I like
Othello.
chess.
I don't like chess that much. I don't know. It's not as fun. Go is a little bit looser. There's fewer rules, but the amount of strategic moves you can make is much bigger. And it's more fun. You can like set up traps in different ways. Like it's just a more interesting game to me overall.
Heuristic, I wanted your thoughts on the artificial sun project in China.
Are you talking about the mirrors?
No, the magnets.
Oh, I don't know anything about it.
Oh shit! Yeah, this shit's crazy. So I heard about it like 5 years ago. They were going to start funding for it, but they're getting close to completion. I completely forgot about it. So China is working on a project called Artificial Sun. It's a fusion project. They're creating, I think it's like 10 or 12, like 500-ton fucking magnets that essentially heat hydrogen to like ridiculous number. Like it's hotter than the fucking sun apparently. But the energy that it produces is completely clean. It would give
You're talking about a fusion reaction.
Yeah.
Because you need a magnetic bottle for a fusion reaction in order to like keep the plasma like intact, right? Yeah. And you also need to create so there's like two sets of things you need. You need to heat something up to a really high degree, and you need to create two opposing magnetic fields. Right, you need both of those things in order to create a fusion reaction. The problem is containing the plasma. We don't have anything right now, like in material science, that can contain the plasma once it's heated to that point, because it is as hot as the sun.
Well, I think that's what they're working on. They've invested like billions of dollars into this thing to create some kind of like donut-shaped vacuum, I guess, to keep the plasma in constant motion, so it doesn't have to deal with containment. But in that motion, they think that they can capture energy that by like 2050 would give all of China completely free, renewable, clean energy.
Yeah, until the magnets slip, then they'll really have a fucking hole dug to China.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, you would have to overcome the nuclear force, and I don't know, like the strong nuclear force. I don't know if we have anything that could. I don't think centrifugal force, like even spinning something, because that's what you're talking about, right? Essentially spinning something enough to where it can't move out of its place. But I don't think centrifugal force can overcome the strong nuclear force. I would have to look into that.
I'd be interested because I think it's funny that they're investing that much back into like their own renewable energy, and we're like literally fighting over whether or not fucking immigrants should come in the country. I'm not shocked that they're outpacing us in a lot of different fucking areas.
Heuristic. This is a crazy thought, but I want to hear your thought. I want to hear your thought on it.
I'm just fucking yes.
No, you're good. Just to piggyback off of what you're saying. No, I'm not actually, but
liar.
I had been drinking a little bit. I will admit that, but just to piggyback off of what he was saying, I want to know Heuristic's point of view on this idea, and this is crazy, but I want to hear your idea.
Out with it. Just say it.
What do you think about creating tiny black holes and then harnessing the power of those for energy?
Why would you want to do that? Like, what's the point of that?
It's unsustainable, but
like, first of all, like, how would you transfer that energy into usable energy? The amount of energy it would take to make the tiny black hole is tremendous, but a black hole doesn't create energy; it sucks energy. It's taking life.
No, but it sucks. It sucks the energy. But what if you were able to harness the energy that it's sucking?
But you would have to know where it's going. Do you know where the light goes after it goes into a black hole?
I don't know how the Hadron Collider thing works.
What are you talking about?
We can fucking blow. No, but listen to me. We can blow fucking particles at light speed into each other, but you don't think we can harness the power of a black hole?
No, because ramming tiny particles into each other is something we've been able to do for like 70 years. And we still haven't made a black hole. Like, And again, like you're asking about energy that gets taken, and we have no idea where in nature, like in the universe, in the cosmos, we don't know where that goes in a black hole.
Also, isn't that like? Wait, hold on, Ash. Real quick question: isn't that kind of like powering up a fan to blow air at a windmill, and then saying you're harnessing energy from the windmill?
Not really. I mean, because and like I don't know, but like I will say that like astrophysicists that I've heard recently talk about the infinitesimally small thing. Like if you talk to like an astrophysicist and you ask them what does the smallest thing look like, they will tell you this: two things. One, the largest thing in our universe, being the entire universe, is smaller than the smallest thing that we've been able to observe. First of all. Second of all,
have you been listening to astrophysicists on TikTok again?
should I not be listening to astrophysicists?
On TikTok?
On TikTok.
Not the ones that
Not like TikTok astrophysicists. I'm talking about actual legitimate, like.
Sure, but like if we're talking about energy and like trying to find sustainable energy, fusion energy is a good idea. I mean, I think that really you're just trying to find new and easier ways to turn a turbine, right? That's essentially the whole thing, right?
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, but like before trying to harness black holes, like we can use ocean currents, we can use wind, we can use, there's so many other options before trying to harness a black hole that it's just a silly thing to think about if you're trying to be serious.
Yeah. Well, so like, I don't know. I'll just say this real quick. I don't know. Like, I can't explain this probably at the precision that you require, but I will say this, like, what's the Asian guy? He's a very famous astrophysicist.
Michio Kaku, the Dyson sphere guy, the Kornashoff scale or whatever.
Yeah. So he was talking about this idea that like
he's a bit of a quack, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's a bit of a quack.
Wait, hold on. Which guy are you talking about?
Michio Kaku.
Hold on, Ash. Before we go off into like relative theory, fucking like could be things. So
sorry, go ahead.
1 second.
Somebody goes, "Why does he have to be Asian?"
He just is.
So you were talking about the containment.
I was going to say this conversation is not going to bring in the ops. This is way too high level.
And that's fine. I just need to have this answered by somebody that at least knows a little bit about it because it seems all very confusing to me. And then I can drop down. That's fine. The fusion reactors that they're working with the artificial sun, you'd mentioned that the plasma can't be physically stored. The purpose of this project is to actually heat those isotopes to over 100 million degrees Celsius. And then they're actually using 16 magnetic generators to make sure that the material that contain the plasma physically, instead, superconducting magnets generate intense magnetic fields that confine and suspend the plasma in a donut-shaped vacuum chamber called tokamak. The magnetic confinement prevents the plasma from ever touching the reactor walls, allowing tokamak. It prevents the plasma from ever touching the reactor walls,
catch them all.
Completely sustained, endless, clean fusion reaction energy forever.
Yeah, I mean, look, fusion is probably like for the first time in that we've said this for the last 60 years, we probably are 10 years away from fusion. There's also a couple companies in the United States who are working on fusion reactions, and they also have actually managed to get to the point where they actually got more energy from ignition than they used, which is the whole point, right? Is that you would use less energy to create it than you would use. And that was a company in the United States has also done that. China is not the only country working on that.
Ryan, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Are you there, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
What's that? Jesus. How old are you and who did you vote for?
He's gone. HR. Okay. In your quest to find new ways to turn turbines, What if we could harness the hot air that bloviates out of Brendan on a daily basis? Imagine the potential.
Yeah, we could. I
a
mean,
lot.
honestly, problem solved right there. We could turn a million fucking turbines.
The
I
whole
mean, we could
world's
desalinate the entire
problem.
ocean with that amount of energy.
Yep.
Yeah, we
The
would never
issue-
want to do that though.
Like HR was saying, with fusion right now is scalability.
Yeah.
It takes so much goddamn energy to overcome like the weak and strong nuclear forces to like form tritium, which is where you get that like massive amount of energy output from. But like as of right now, the only way that we have to do it, like, and a couple of companies have done it, but it's not giving you returns enough for it to be sustainable for a power plant. Now, what you were talking about with black holes, like when it comes to black holes, like that science is almost indistinguishable to us as like magic would be. Like it's not well understood at all.
And so the point that I was making real quick, just so maybe you can explain better, but like there was an astrophysicist who said basically like if you look at the smallest possible thing, like smaller than atoms, smaller than I forget the name of it, but like the smallest thing that humans can observe, it's completely black, and that has led them to believe that when you're observing the smallest possible thing, that's actually a black hole.
You got feedback, Z.
Sorry.
And it's just really interesting to me, the thought of like black holes leading to other universes. So that's kind of where I'm coming
God,
from.
this fucking stoner talk is so goddamn boring.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on to anything else.
It's astrophysics
I have a new
talk.
topic.
What the fuck?
Bruh, as soon as I come up, y'all want to change topics. Y'all been talking about this shit for 30 minutes.
Something tells me that Ash.
No, I want to hear his response.
Yeah, something tells me I haven't watched the Event Horizon. You're talking about going to other worlds.
It's a well-researched movie, but I want to hear Pallet's take on it.
So we've never seen an atom, right?
Well, I mean,
I know like at least 3 atoms. What are you talking about?
But we can't observe an atom because it takes light to refract off of it. It takes a photon to refract off of something for us to be able to actually observe it. The closest thing that we can see, like with visible light, is the shadow of an atom.
Yeah, we just like make interpretations of what they look like. And remember, an atom is also just mostly empty space.
you guys gotta be careful though, because you're gonna turn science deniers really away here, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're right. Yeah, science doesn't matter."
How does that mean science doesn't matter? We're telling you. We're telling you what
atoms.
No, listen. We're telling you what science is actually saying. So a science denier is, if they're going to deny that, then they're just a science denier. Like, we're telling you what science actually says. This is what really is going on in science.
Well,
like
science seems pretty clear about like what an atom is. So what are you saying? We don't really know what an atom looks like?
We just have never. We can't really observe them. We can only see the effects from them. We can't look at them under a microscope and see an atom in its perfect shape.
Then how do you know
the science evolves throughout time. Like, weirdly enough, like, you know how there's positive and negative on like a battery?
Yeah.
And like we talk about how like electrons flow from positive to negative. That's not the case. We found this out like less than 100 years ago. Electrons flow from negative to positive, but like it's like science evolves, and even like the base of what you think of as an atom, where you have electrons orbiting around the nucleus, like that's not true either. That's not how like atomic structure works. But like when you start talking about like getting into like the quantum realm and stuff like that, like physical reality
kind of stops being a thing. That's when you start getting into like superposition and like Schrodinger type of shit. Where like stuff exists.
Entanglement and the spooky, what is it? The spooky quantum behavior and
where like
yeah,
stuff only exists in a certain position because you look at it.
Right, the observer and all that kind of stuff.
And like all of this stuff is modeled out through math, where like you take Newtonian physics and then you start trying to like model it the best way possible to like when Newtonian physics starts slipping a little bit.
Right. And we know that dimensions exist because like we mathematically know they exist. We can prove that in lots of different mathematics, but we can't because we are stuck in 3D space and we are 3D objects, right? We can't see stuff outside of 3D.
But shit, just like last year, like a huge scientific discovery, we pulled matter out of nothing.
Yeah,
like
I saw
last
that.
year.
Yeah, I saw that.
We did what?
We made matter.
We created it.
I don't think we could do that.
Yeah, we broke the first law of thermodynamics.
That's illegal.
Deport those scientists right now.
But like, and that's what I'm talking about. Like when you start getting into the quantum realm, like the further we go into it, like that's what I'm talking about. Like some of this stuff is like indistinguishable from magic. And we're still just like in the middle of figuring it out. Like the material world around us that operates on a macro scale in Newtonian physics, we understand that pretty fucking well. Like we understand the world around us and how it works. What we don't understand well is like why the shit that all of it is made of that stuff.
Yeah.
How it's almost like there's a method or something behind this scientific stuff.
Right. I'll be back, guys. I am getting a call.
And that's called the Bible.
Yes. By the way, I'm still looking for that Jesus spit on a rock stuff from the Bible talk earlier today. I can't find it anywhere.
Jesus spit on the rock?
Yeah, I forget who it was. Mojo, do you remember who that was?
I've never heard of that.
On your panel earlier? He said the claim was Jesus spit on a rock and said this could be the seed of Abraham.
His PFP was the Pope.
Yeah, Brendan, this is when I was yelling at you. I'm sorry for yelling at you in the comments earlier, but I was like, dude, how is Brendan not taking this guy to task? He's on your team and he's wrong about the Bible.
Yeah, I was distracted at that time. And when there's someone like that in there, sometimes I'll just ask a couple questions and back off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, Brendan, we never got to finish our conversation earlier.
Yeah, you probably got the fucking live torn down again.
Nah, I think Mojo did you a favor and realized you weren't looking so good. And he's like, fuck, gotta save you for another day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how it happened. More than likely, he missed a puzzle piece. Isn't that right, Mojo?
That's correct.
Well, you want to pick it back up?
Your Huckleberry?
All right, so let's see here. We established the DSA is a political movement, not a party. We understand that not every candidate that runs, even if they do consider themselves a democratic socialist, agree completely with the DSA. We've established things like the Patriot Front, the KKK, Heritage Foundation are no different than the DSA. They back a ton of candidates, but are never questioned on the things that are unconstitutional in their platform pieces. We've explained defund the police, reform the communities. We explained in the prison system, lower criminality. So I think that's about where we were at. What was the next thing that was so terrifying for you?
Yeah, nothing is terrifying. It's actually quite funny. You say that it's not a political party, but they are currently fighting the, what do you want to call them, corporate Dems over control of the Democrat Party? Yes?
Didn't we actually talk about this earlier too? That much like MAGA was fighting with the standardized Republicans in their party as they progressed into a new system?
Yes, except MAGA won. You expect to win?
Matter.
We don't know.
Were fighting, and DSA is not a party.
We don't know what the DSA will become. It's relatively new for a lot of people, even though it's been around for almost 30 years. It's gaining traction in the idea of democratic socialism. Just because it has it in the fucking name does not mean it is representative of every member. For example, like when J.D. Vance, literally 4 years before he became the vice president, said that Trump was our new age Hitler, Do you think that he had the MAGA viewpoints at that point, or was he just pretending?
Nope.
He grew and evolved, right?
No, I do. I think he had some of the same objections to Trump that I did, but he kind of got with the program.
Well, I would imagine the same moderate Democrats that look at the DSA and think that they're far too progressive and advancing, much like progressivism always works. Some people evolve over time, much how like when Obama ran, he was for traditional marriage, and halfway through his second administration was like, actually, you know what? No, gay marriage makes absolute sense. Let's fucking do this. So
you know why
people grow and change.
You know why I'm fine with not interrupting you when you go off on these tangents about the DSA, CT?
I talked for 10 whole seconds.
Do you know why? Well, no, and I would never interrupt you, even though there are so many points I want to touch on, but I control myself. You know why? Because I want you saying this shit publicly. I want you telling everyone what the DSA is really about, because I like winning elections, CT.
For sure. Same. So I notice you haven't been able to refute anything I've said yet. So what's your next?
No. I want you to talk. I want you to say things like the DSA is fine with abolishing borders. I want you to say things like the DSA is fine with removing ICE and all of the mechanisms for our national security. I am totally fine with you telling people with every single bit of your chest that they are fine with dismantling the United States of America in favor of radical communist policies. I want you to tell people.
Those are all great talking points that you can't prove. But again, aren't you like for free market capitalism?
What do you mean that I can't prove? I didn't need to prove anything. All I needed to do is ask you a question, and you affirmed everything that I said.
Well, Donovan,
I don't need to prove anything.
Before you have like
you agree.
Hold on, before you have like a spurg out. If you remember when we were talking earlier, I said, let's go point by point how we're destroying America or tearing it apart. We'd gotten through about 3 points that 2 of them you agreed with because you said, okay, those are good rebuttals. And then I think you've thought about it since our last conversation. You went, fuck, this isn't going to go well for me. CT's thought out everything I'm going to bring up, and he's going to have a point against all of it. So now I'm just going to go with platitudes and say things like destroying America and communism.
Correct.
Right? That's
that
exactly
would, in fact, destroy America. Yes, you would be tearing up the Constitution.
So, so you don't believe in free market capitalism?
Just because I mentioned that you clearly have put spit polish on your talking points does not mean I agree with them, CT.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. So we've already proven wrong the immigration thing. We've already proven wrong the defunding police thing.
You said amnesty. You affirmed amnesty for all illegals in this country, didn't you?
Much like Ronald Reagan wanted. Your guys' fucking Republican ideal fucking
right. That was 3 million. Now we're looking at 20 million.
You don't know how many,
right, CT?
No, you're taking estimates, right?
Just answer the question, CT. Are you okay with 20 million?
Fuck yeah, why not? They're already here, right?
There you go. You see that? I don't even have to do the work. You do the work for me, CT.
Jingle, 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 jingle. Donovan, pay attention. Don't crash out yet. You've been here 30 seconds.
I'm paying attention, CT.
Jingle, jingle. So again, if 20 million people are in the country now, and our country hasn't folded, and our country hasn't folded over, what happens if we grant them amnesty? How many more taxes do we get from them? How much more involved do they get in the fucking economic system? Oh, but you talked about how it's weird. It's weird how you talked not 5 seconds ago.
You asked a question.
You don't mind interrupting me because you want to hear like all the shit I have to spurg out.
So the question was rhetorical.
But then you instantly fucking interrupt me. How weird. How weird of a statement for you to pretend like you're not interrupting somebody.
Could you want me to answer your question or not? Was it rhetorical?
Sure, rhetorical question. Okay, so again, when we're talking about a country that right now is sustaining, I didn't think I asked the fucking question. I don't know why I responded to that. But either way, if a country right now is sustaining 20 million illegal people, right? You know what that means we're not getting is the taxes from them. It means they're not getting involved in our economic system. It means that they're not getting the wages that they actually deserve. Granting them amnesty would create a huge economical fucking tax boom for us. Which is exactly why Reagan did it.
Except a lot of the money that they're making here, they're sending home. So that money is not entering our economy. Also, again, just like all illegal immigration in every country around the world, they have a downward effect on wages while having an upward effect on the cost of living because they create housing shortages. This is why you have countries all over the world right now rising up to leftist policies. And hey, as far as open borders are concerned, how do you figure Spain feels about open borders today, CT? Did you watch the news today?
I don't know. I don't live in Spain. But again, what people do with their savings, whether they're sending it to other countries or to other places, or they're investing it in fucking Warhammer or PlayStations or Xbox, I don't really care. Those people that are in this country, that are then granted amnesty, You know what they're going to do? They're going to pay taxes. They're going to still be buying
Yep.
food. They're going to still be buying homes. They're going to still be fucking renting. They're going to be an economic increase to our country. They're not
Right,
going to
but
have
what
to
you
do it
seem
under.
to forget is
And
this
you're
is the
interrupting
United
again
States
because
of
you
America.
understand you're fucking wrong. Pick a fucking lane.
No, I'm not wrong.
Don't fucking pat yourself
But
on the
I'm
back for not interrupting
Oh,
or stop doing it.
are you crashing out, CT? Are you
I need
okay?
you to pick a fucking lane, Brendan.
Yo, I'm in a lane. I'm in a lane.
Okay,
and
then again,
I'm
don't pat
running you
yourself on the
over.
back for not interrupting
You've got
and then
skid
only
marks on your
fucking
back
interrupt.
right now, CT.
No, you're annoying as fuck.
Okay, go ahead.
The conversation we were having
you
earlier
done?
was decent because we were actually having a back and forth. The second you realize you're cornered, you do this like weird little bitch shit. And I don't
Where
know
am
why.
I cornered? I'm running this conversation.
You know how I know you're cornered? Because
I'm
you keep
asking you
interrupting.
questions that you refuse to answer.
I'm
And
answering
then you're
them
asking
as you're
me
fucking
rhetorical
interrupting.
questions that you refuse to let me answer.
You know what? Fine. I'm not.
And
gonna,
then
no,
when I bring
I'm
up
not gonna be mad.
context about other leftist policies in different parts of the planet,
Yep, go
like
ahead.
take Spain today. Spain just closed their borders today. They're sending the army out.
Not Spain.
Because
Oh
yeah,
no!
because they
no,
declared
no one
their
cares.
borders.
It's
They
Spain.
declared their borders insolvent today.
Not Spain.
Did you notice
Oh
that?
no!
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Spain.
That's
You see
actually
how
not
annoying? You see how annoying it is when somebody just keeps
Oh, it's
talking
not
over
Spain.
you?
Oh, okay.
You see how fucking annoying it is, and we get no fucking points across whatsoever. Donovan, I'm sorry that you weren't doing so well earlier. Either decide to fucking not pat yourself on the back for interrupting and make yourself look like a fool, or have the conversation. But I'm not going to do both. Pick one.
No, I'd rather continue to put skid marks on your back, CT. This is lots of fun. So,
Okay.
all right,
I don't know why
you want open borders.
Yep.
You also
Yeah, yeah.
want to abolish ICE. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. You want to abolish prisons too. Isn't that right, CT?
Yeah, explain why.
Jesus Christ. Yes, that's right. You said that because socialism is such a good idea that when people have money that they don't need to commit crime. Isn't that what you said, CT?
Yeah, so socialism
Okay,
doesn't address.
so what about what about grape?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Do people
I
make
guess.
money
Yeah,
off of grape,
yeah,
CT?
You go ahead. I
Is
guess.
there going to be more
literally
grape
do what do you
because
call
people have so much
trafficking?
money?
What do you call human trafficking,
Wait,
bro?
Hold on. No, just let him keep doing this. This is adorable.
What do you suppose that the majority of grapes are a result of human trafficking?
I suppose the majority are driven by power
Wait,
and the
hold
need
on.
to feel like you're in control.
Hold on, stop.
No, 2 on 1
he's
is
gonna
fine.
keep
Absolutely
let
fine.
him
You
just
could
keep
use
doing
that.
this
You could
because
use
much
that,
like
CT.
his comment earlier about like I'm gonna let you keep talking and make yourself look like a fool. He's doing it right now.
Really?
Let him do it. Yeah. So go
Okay.
ahead. Ask me 14 more
what's gonna
questions and
happen to
then keep
grape,
talking.
CT? If people only commit crimes because of money, none of the feminists on the panel are going to stand up and disagree that grape has nothing to do with how much money a person has. I mean,
Let me know when you're good.
that Brock guy wasn't he?
That's question
Didn't he have
16.
white privilege and all that? He had all the money he wanted. He's still grape, didn't he? CT?
Question 17. Let me know how many questions you want to ask rhetorically before I get
No,
these
go
done.
ahead. Go ahead, answer any of those issues that I just brought up.
All right, somebody start a clock. Let's see if we make it to 10 seconds. So when it comes to things like grape, you don't actually care about those things because again, if we were to grant people, everyone here in our country that's here illegally amnesty, they would just have some form of citizenship. You could give a fuck less about the major majority of rapes that happen in this country, which are done domestically by people that are foreign born here. But your answer to that's going to be like, yeah, because they're supposed to be here. And I tell you, cool, we're going to make sure that people are supposed to be here. So what's your answer to addressing rape, right? And then you're going to go, well, it's a mental health problem. And I go, cool, we're going to fund mental health, right? And you're going to be like, people need to pull themselves up by the boot. It's fucking an overplayed fucking issue. When I tell you that we have plans in place for addressing things like immigration, ICE, prison reform, you know damn well as I do that where there is fucking poverty, there is fucking crime. Reduce poverty, reduce crime. There's not as much of a need for the fucking police force. 18 fucking questions. Political movement party. In the same way, again, that Turning Point USA says that all of education should be No, I flex on the idea that their
We're
end
talking
goal
about this
is
ridiculously hilarious position that you think in any country, anywhere, regardless of the type of fucking government, that one could abolish prisons. That is the most. I mean, look, I want to use slurs at this point. That is so stupid, CT.
do it.
No, hold on a second.
I think you understand the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you're trying to MAGA goodbye.
Brennan, don't do it. Like honestly though, like when you hear abolish prisons, what do you think? Do you think that we mean like get rid of all prisons?
I think I know how to use. I think I speak English. So when I hear someone say abolish prisons, I know what those two words mean.
Okay,
but
so let me ask you this.
CT wants to pretend like words don't mean stuff.
It's so weird. You're MAGA fucking transcoder you've had for Trump for the last 10 years, but all of a sudden you can't take a fucking messaging system and figure it out. That's hilarious.
If you actually went to the website and looked at anything, you would have seen that it's private prisons. They want to abolish private prisons. People who are violent criminals will still be incarcerated. There will be other measures in place for lesser crimes. But private prisons will be abolished.
Because it's bad messaging. Obviously, everyone agrees that the whole abolish thing is bad messaging. Let's just level set there and say, okay, the prison system needs reform. It needs to be deprivatized. Can you agree that it should be deprivatized?
Yeah, I don't appreciate for-profit prisons. It should be run by the state.
Okay, fantastic.
But see that's
fantastic.
Not right. But see, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he said. Also, how does he reconcile no borders and complete amnesty?
I just explained this to you, that there are people on the right that agree the same. They want to have fucking.
I don't care, CT. It is heroically stupid. You need to defend it in some other way than just saying, "Oh, I heard someone on the right sometimes said this same thing."
You just pivoted off of prisons because you got your ass whooped.
Pivot off shit. We came to an accord on for-profit prisons versus prisons. If you looked at the website and you read the Constitution and you read all the materials, then you wouldn't be coming for CP the way that you are. Website. Because all the questions are answered right there in front of your damn face. And you're still insisting on being a dumbass up here and attacking CT. I expect that out of a Muslim.
Yeah, trust me.
Of course you do.
Well, I expect this out of a basic white guy, but here we fucking are. So let's talk about it. Again, I'm not surprised that a political party movement has some fucking ideals that you may not find like sustainable or even substantiable in our fucking country, like open borders. It does not take away from the fact that that's what they believe. Now, are there any words? Sustainable?
You got it right that time.
Okay. Sure. But again, I don't know what you're talking about. This is a political movement that has some extreme ideals. Which politician have you seen that's ran on open borders?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden ran on open borders.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. So who else?
Now he's being disingenuous.
He's done. He's done. He's gone. We all agree on that. Who else?
Joe Biden didn't run on fucking open borders.
Mamdani.
He deported
other
more
Democratic
people than Trump
socialists
ever has a fucking chance to.
This is part of their platform. These are
Why would a mayor run on open borders?
On their platform.
Hold on. So let me get this right. Hold on. No, let's get this right. So, for example, the Triple K has donated money to a ton of Republicans. They believe in a white Christian nation. So every Republican that's running believes in a white Christian nation?
The SPLC has given money to white supremacist organizations. Does that mean everything that the Triple K is doing, or everything
you're proving my
white
point.
supremacist organization is doing? They're doing at the behest of the SPLC?
Donovan, you're proving my point that when this is a political movement and people grab things that they believe in from it, they don't necessarily agree with everything. If you believe that the people that give to the foundations of the parties of the people of the political sphere that are running have to believe in every single thing from the donations they get, then everybody the Triple K has given money to, which by the way, fuck ton of Republicans, then you'd have to actually defend the fact that they want to have a white Christian nation.
Well, okay, so if the SPLC was giving money to those organizations, then isn't it easy to conclude that part of the reason was to give money to Republicans, to simply point to them and say, look, these people support these people. They must be together. But that's the whole point of it being a scandal, that the SPLC was funding those organizations, don't you see?
So the Triple K didn't exist before the SPLC?
No, that's absolutely not what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a silly question.
It's like you're reaching for stupidity and grabbing that ring as hard as you
I
fucking
am certainly
can, right?
engaging with stupidity. I'm not going to argue that.
CT, the Democrats supported the Confederacy. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm aware what the party switch
And
was. I'm
started
sorry you're
the
not
triple
smart enough to
down.
get it.
No, it's not true.
No, hold on. No, it is. First of all, Democrats did. They were called the Southern Dixiecrats. There was a huge party switch after the civil rights movement because Republicans didn't like the idea of black folks having the right to vote and women having the right to vote. So they went to Republicans because they realized they could push further the fucking corporatocracy that they wanted to actually fucking have. Unfortunately, these guys don't know fucking history, like to pretend that idea happens, and refuse to look at a fucking MAGA rally where there's rebel flags flying as much as there's the American flag. These fucking traitorous losers.
Yeah,
So
tell it to
anyway,
Glenn Youngkin.
I don't know what the fuck that means. So
I
we've
know.
addressed. Hold on, we've addressed
It's all
now.
you know were talking points.
Yeah. We've talked the border. We've talked abolish the police. We've talked abolish prisons. We've talked abolish ICE. Again, not surprised. A political fucking movement party has strong ideals that literally focus on the American people. You notice how you haven't brought any of those up once? Not about workers' rights, not about universal health care, not about paternal leave, not about fucking getting the rights to women, the rights to the LGBTQ community. That platform is so fucking big that
What
you refuse
rights
to
don't
actually
they have?
fucking read. What's that?
What rights don't they have?
Trans people on your side shouldn't even fucking exist. You guys can't even decide what fucking bathroom they need to go into.
Answer the question.
The right to
don't
go
know
to the
what
fucking
the-
bathroom
what
without getting their
rights
fucking
don't
ass.
You don't know what a woman is because you keep asking about it. So what do you know about it?
So again, what was the next piece of the platform from the DSA?
What
You didn't
rights
wrap your head around.
don't they have?
No, it's in support of the rights of, not taking them away. Like the 400 pieces of legislation that have been introduced since 2025, just focusing on the trans community.
Like what?
I know one for sure would be sports.
Okay, so you think trans people should be able, you think trans men should be able to compete in sports with biological women?
I think
I'm
the
sorry.
LGBTQ community should be
Trans
able to.
women should be able to compete in sports with biological women. You think that should happen?
When I focus on the trans community, I don't focus on 1 or 13th
I
side
can't
of
help
it.
but notice that
I
you don't
focus-
answer a single question.
I'm answering it right now. You notice how I made about 3 seconds in before you interrupted
Yes
again?
or no question, though, CT.
You're kind of doing this thing that you think you don't do, and you're really fucking horrible about doing it.
Huh.
Are you picking up on that yet, or
You mean like you're not answering a single question?
no? More like you
that?
starting to talk the second you ask a question, like you just did.
Well, yeah, because if I ask a yes or no question, I kind of expect a yes or no answer.
Sure. So the answer would
I mean,
be no.
aren't you an ally, CT? Shouldn't you be able to answer with your full chest?
Sure, if I can
Do
answer.
you think
Oh,
trans women should be able to compete in sports with biological women?
wait, why do you focus so much on trans women?
See, there it
And
is.
on beyond that, why do you focus so much
Yes.
on trans men?
Yeah,
And
see,
then
that's
why do
all
you
you
actually
should have.
not even focus
You should
on
have
trans
enough
women,
courage
though?
to say.
But the thing is, I don't understand why you do
I
that.
do, but you don't.
But you don't
Why is
understand,
that,
like when you
CT?
think when you do that, that's weird.
Do what?
And when that's weird, don't you
Expect
think
to
it's weird that you don't
answer
get somebody a chance
question?
to respond to the thing you're saying?
How dare I?
But don't you think that's odd?
Donovan,
Isn't it weird every time that happens?
Donovan, do you
Don't-
understand that, like, when people go through transitions, they change the chemical makeup of their body?
Of course.
No, hold on. Stop.
Okay.
No. The reason he's going down this is because he knows the more points we go down the DSA, much to his own words, I'm finally polished. I've thought these things out. He doesn't want to have to fucking ask me any more questions because he knows I'm going to be able to talk about it in a way
Oh, no.
he doesn't want to respond to, which is why he's interrupting. It's why he's trying to pivot onto the trans
No,
issues.
I want to see
all the
my
fucking
teeth
right
in your
does.
arguments. That's what I want to
Here,
see.
Donovan, I'm going to solve all your answers right here when it comes to the trans issue.
Solve my answers, are you?
Yep.
Okay.
Every
go ahead.
question that you fucking have, I got an answer for. Everybody in the
guess.
DSA
Let me
has
guess.
full.
It's
Everyone in
nuh-uh.
the DSA has a full support for the trans community, the LGBTQIA plus community, and they will continue to push to make sure that they have equal rights in this country. Any question you have, answer it with fucking that, and then ask me the next question.
Well, I'm sure that's how you'll answer. Similar to, I plead the fifth, even though he had nothing to hide.
That's weird, Donald Trump. And I pled the fifth 450 times in his deposition, but whatever. Sure, let's move on.
Which deposition was that? Was that the one where Trump was
In
responsible
2022?
for the unalivings of millions?
All
Is that the one?
This is getting really dumb.
It is getting really dumb.
I missed the whole portion of how you plan on getting rid of prisons.
How to get rid of prisons?
Yeah.
Yeah. The DSA does not want to abolish all prison systems. They want to abolish the private prison system. That way there's not a buy here, pay here to keep people in that loop. What they want to do is they want to make sure, much like defunding the police, they'd like to introduce into impoverished cities and towns, states, equal opportunity for jobs, equal opportunity to not live
Does
in
it say
poverty.
this in the platform?
They did. It's entirely on the platform of Workers Deserve More. If people aren't in squalor,
it's on the webpage.
Yeah, DSA workersdeservemore.com. There's actually about 30 new things they came out with about a week or so ago, where they talk about abolishing the police, abolishing the prisons. If people are sitting in an economic good place, they know that 100% poverty is tied to crime.
Okay, I don't need all this.
Okay, then let me do it for Donovan because he was talking over me the entire fucking time I was explaining it.
No, I mean that's the only question. How do you plan? Do you have a question, Donovan, about getting rid of private prisons?
No, like we already established, I'm fine with getting rid of for-profit prisons, but that wasn't his talking point in the beginning, and I was very careful to arrange my words properly to get an answer out of him. His original objection, hold on there, CT. His original objection,
is it annoying when somebody interrupts you?
agreed to the point of abolishing all prisons. Now it is morphed into for-profit prisons, which, as you know, Mojo, I have no problem with.
Well, that's why I asked. That's why I asked. And if there is a plan out there for getting rid of just private prisons, then you're okay with it, yeah?
Well, yeah, for-profit prisons, but his path to getting rid of, from what I heard him say before, his path to getting rid of prisons was in a socialist society, because no one needs any money, there won't be any need for crime. It sounds like a fanciful Star Wars or Star Trek kind of. Yeah, I mean, this is pie in the sky politics, CT. It's fucking, it's crazy.
I never said any of those words. I appreciate you making up a straw man to argue against, though. That was cool.
I thought I heard you say that, too.
Nope. I said I said the ideal behind fucking the DSA is that you attack poverty. Poverty has a direct link to crime. If you get rid of poverty, there's really no reason for crime. What the DSA promotes and what I've seen actual... No, but it's not an absolute.
Why did you disagree with that?
Because it's not an absolutes. Every person I've heard that actually runs off of this platform that says we would like to do things like lower the police force, lower the prison systems. It's only because people are in much better economic value system places that they no longer need to resort to crime. It's taking away the fact that there are so many people that
he went. Okay, I don't need your platitudes. I don't need the whole platform here.
That's not a platitude.
Well, I mean, you don't need to give that much of an explanation just to answer a simple question.
Sure.
He did ask about rape after that. How does that get rid of rape?
We even said that there's never going to be any society in which crime doesn't exist, and there does need to be a police force in place for it. When it comes to things like rape especially, we understand, again, the ties that it comes with mental health issues. We're not the party that's trying to take shit away from people from gaining access to mental health.
I think you just need to enforce the law. You know, that's the problem with rape.
I think you need to diminish the fact. No, I think that you want to have things that are reactionary to the fact. I'd like to have programs in place that stop them from happening. That's the difference between me and you.
Can you agree, Donovan, that rape is a mental health issue?
I don't think it's always a mental health issue. I think some people are just... Well, I think some people are just evil. I wouldn't call
drive
that
for power. It's a drive for power.
Is that not a mental health issue? This craving for power?
Well, this is where we're going to disagree, because I'm going to say that it is part of, in some cases, part of human nature.
Gross.
If you say that,
why gross?
Cases, if you say that in some cases, then you understand that's an abnormality. So that would be something a mental health. That would be a mental health issue, right?
Well, and also, if you say it's a part of human nature, that means it's a part of your nature that you agree with.
I wanted him to answer this.
In order for it to be a mental health issue, then there has to be some type of mental deficiency that renders the person incapable of telling right from wrong. And I think a lot of people that
you just said it's part of their nature.
Right.
In rare cases, it's part of their nature. So if it's part of their nature, they can't tell right from wrong. That's something that was built into them. That's something they were born with. That would be a
I'm saying they
issue.
know the difference. They know that it's wrong, and they do it anyway. That's why we have
then
prisons.
There has to be something underlying that, too, right?
In almost every serial assaulter, there has been direct ties, especially when it comes to serial unalivers, with mental health issues.
They know what's wrong.
Same with grape. No, they don't. They have justifications in their head. Watch any fucking documentary when it comes to this shit. They always have a justification.
Have mental health issues?
Do what?
Excuse me?
Does Bill Clinton have mental health issues?
He didn't grape anybody. He got a blowjob consensually.
Actually, you might want to ask Jennifer Flowers and who is the other one?
You might want to go ask the 30 women that have alleged of Trump.
Wait,
if
we
all of
were
a sudden
just talking about
allegations
Clinton a
fucking
moment
matter,
ago,
then
and
hold
you
the fucking
immediately
same
pivoted
level.
to Trump.
No, you pivoted to Bill Clinton.
Yeah, because you're talking. Yeah, you pivoted to Bill Clinton, then you started talking about something he wasn't convicted of.
Yeah, these aren't things you guys even give a fuck about. These are talking points that you think that you're winning somehow to own the libs. This is the grossest part about it. I'm out here fighting for a fucking movement that actually wants to fucking care about the American people.
Wait, I want to go back to the mental health thing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I have a real issue with this. If you're going to think it's something that somebody's born with, whether they can tell right from wrong, or whether they can tell evil from not evil, or whether they just have an innate desire to control people, I would consider all of those things mental health issues. And if they're mental health issues, don't you think we should be giving mental health solutions?
Well, in order for there to be any mitigation with regards to sentencing or culpability for a particular crime, mens rea, essentially, you have to be able to establish that the person did not know right from wrong at the time. And what I'm saying is that the problem is that these people know.
I'm talking about the act itself. I'm not talking.
Right.
What CT was talking about is stopping the act before it happens. Because if you give people access to mental health care, then they could go talk to somebody about it ahead of time, and then maybe it never happens in the first place. That's what CT was talking about. I don't know how the fuck you missed that, but that's exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah. For it to be a mental health issue, what I'm trying to impart on you is that the subject, the criminal, the defendant, has to not know right from wrong.
I asked you not to talk about what happens afterward. We're talking about what happens before.
Okay.
I think you guys like
whether or not.
No, I think you guys like punishment.
No.
Can you stop somebody ahead of time? If somebody has evil thoughts running through their head and they're able to talk to a mental health professional while they have those evil thoughts running through their head before they act on them, could it be possible that they may not act on them?
There's all kinds of resources for people who have mental health crises. There's dozens of free hotlines for just about every malady you could think of.
Why aren't they working?
Hotlines.
Wait, why aren't they working?
I would imagine that whatever fabricated criminal you want to discuss right now doesn't care. Or if they have a mental health issue, they wouldn't call because they don't think it's wrong. That's the point I'm trying to make.
How about how about if we just make it like a standard place for everybody to get mental health checkups?
Yeah, mental health checkups, great idea. But that doesn't change the fact that when people do this, there has to be punishment. There has to be justice for the victims.
I'm not talking about what happens afterwards. We're trying to stop it from happening in the first place.
CT kind of is, because the places that we send these people...
he didn't say that. As a matter of fact, he said the exact opposite.
The place that we send these people...
This is like you
to sequester them away from society.
Donovan, this is like you and your fucking guns. You're worried about what's going to happen after they break into your house. I say worry about what happens to try and stop them from breaking into your house in the first place.
Yeah, like, why would I need to break into your house if I have everything I need? If I have a good job and I have the TV and all the things I need, what is the purpose of me breaking into your house to steal shit?
Well, you could be breaking in for my wife.
Why?
Because people are nasty.
Especially
Why are people nasty?
Yeah, in a world...
If you have regular mental health checkups,
it's got to be the violent video
and
games.
You're talking to a mental health professional on a regular basis, you can work these things out, like I said, in a fucking room with one person that's a professional that knows what the fuck they're doing, and you could make sure that this doesn't happen in the first place. So if they have some eyes for your wife or something like that, they can realize that that's probably an incorrect thought before they even act on it.
Yeah, so if we give people mental health screenings 24 hours a day,
I didn't say screenings,
365 days of the year, then no one will ever commit any crimes. Yeah, let's just give everyone their own minder.
Yeah, now you're responding to something I didn't say.
It's just fanciful nonsense, Mojo.
No, it's because you're not responding to what anybody says, Donovan.
No, I am.
You're not actually having a conversation here. You get that, right?
If you say so.
I do say so. I'm pretty sure everybody listening would say so as well.
Brendan, I will say this, like when you decide to actually engage in conversations, there can be decent combos. But the first time that you feel like you're backed into not being able to back up a point you made, you do this fucking thing. And I don't know why, because I can't believe I'm going to say this. I do enjoy having my views pushed on stuff. But when you go to extreme things like, well, maybe we should just 24-hour fucking surveillance people, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not a real response to a problem.
We have the solution already.
Yeah.
2A, every woman, every man, everybody that's an adult should be able to carry a weapon to defend themselves.
And nobody's going against that either. You're just, again, creating a secondary conversation to get away from the point that I'm making.
I mean, this is about prevention. That's the biggest prevention I can think of, is put one in their head if they come at you.
But Fred, here's the worst part. There's actually even more fucking information to tell you that when you introduce a gun into a conflicting conflict, that only increases the chances of somebody being unalived.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. It's called self-defense, which is constitutional. You have the right to defend yourself, your property, and your person.
I get all those things, and guess what? Nobody's coming after your guns. You guys have been saying that shit for 20 years. Nobody's fucking
I'm just
doing
saying. I think we should. This is why we have the Second Amendment, because we should utilize it.
But and again, this is mainly for everybody listening. Do you guys see why the right likes to talk about the DSA in their own little platforms? Because the second that things are explained to them, they do this. They confiscate, they pivot, they pivot onto other things because when it's explained to them, they can't talk about it.
I mean, if somebody wants to come after me and I got a 45 in my hand, they're going to think twice about it.
I have to agree with CT here. You guys sound like complete idiots. You can't have a simple conversation about this.
Okay. Yeah, no, as much as you guys wanted to talk about, like, let's talk about immigration. I explained to you that, like, especially like in the libertarian movement, they believe in free market exchange. They believe in the idea of freedom of movement. These used to be things that you guys fought for, like, constitutionally as well. Only recently, in the past 10 years, have you guys made a fucking hardline about the idea of the border and immigration. You guys think of this as like a scourge or an invasion.
Water, though. Have you thought about brown water?
Well, when you,
I think we should all get clean water.
Yeah, you guys are just pivoting.
This is what you guys sound like. He says what he says, and then you start talking about.
When you hear freedom of movement, you hear like roving bands of freaking cartel members.
That's what you hear.
Like you object to cartel members invading our country. Like it would be one thing if it's like, oh well, fuck Spain. They're just getting fucked because of this policy.
Donovan, that's what you hear.
But you guys want that shit to happen here.
Wild fucking pivot. Nobody's talking about it.
It's not. You were just brought up immigration. Man,
you were having
talking
a
about
conversation.
You just brought up what is it?
You are having a conversation with yourself right now, Donovan. You are absolutely having a conversation with yourself.
Yeah, can I get in here real quick? So you're living in a world of fear constantly, right? Fear is what essentially just drives your entire political ideology. But I want to circle back to what Tabasco was saying, because he was saying you have the right to put one in between somebody's eyes because of A, fear, B, the prevention of that isn't for you to have a pew-pew because somebody's coming after you. It's to actually go after the root cause as to why somebody's coming after you. Again, CT's brought it up of if people have with all this abundance that we're able to create, including a trillionaire, we have enough to fucking make sure that people have their basic needs met. It's not that hard of a fucking concept. If your basic needs are met, there will still be. Hey, do you remember how you kept preaching about not interrupting people, and here you are?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if people's basic needs are met, there's always going to be mental health issues. But if we also provide fucking healthcare and enough psychologists for people to talk to, we could also prevent that. But it's not going to be gone forever, but at least we can get ahead of it.
You know what this is, Tabasco, politically? This is the political equivalent of them saying, give me everything I want or I'm going to throw a tantrum and burn everything down.
Now he's creating a conversation. Now he's creating a conversation with somebody else.
No, I'm just telling you.
He can't respond to you.
Civics,
he can't respond to you, Civics. He can't respond to you, Civics, so he's going to respond to somebody else about something else. This is fucking...
No, I absolutely can't. As a matter of fact,
Donovan, you were so pathetic.
The first thing that Civic said was... your politics are based on fear. This is coming from the party that says Donald Trump's a fascist. Oh, democracy is at stake. Like, spare me your bullshit. You guys are all about fear, and this is why it's one of the reasons why the ridiculous type of politics that you guys offer this country is why you're in the position you're in now.
You have no place,
which is dead last.
Donovan,
you can't even get your own party to agree.
You have no place having these conversations, man. You are fucking pathetic. You can't follow a simple fucking line of thought.
You know what's funny? Donovan's rhetoric about like free movement and cartels crossing the border and all that, and mentioned that, like, yeah, the whole fucking ideology is based on fear. I saw this political ad from, like, I don't know, 1992, like from California Republic candidate or something, whatever, and their whole ad was about like immigrants, and it showed like immigrants walking into the city looking like Dawn of the Dead. And I was just like, damn, dude, they've been doing this fucking fear mongering shit about immigrants for decades and shit. It's like no wonder
Ronald Reagan ran on he won on a fucking commercial with a little girl swinging on a fucking swing and a fucking mushroom cloud going off in the background. They've been scaring the fuck out of these idiot Republicans for so fucking long.
Ronald Reagan.
Well, Don,
I'll see it like Killer Mike. I'm glad Reagan's dead.
Well, Mojo, I did want to say real quick, like, the reason I've been hosting my own lives to talk about this is because I've noticed this. The fear of what the DSA is talking about, and the second that somebody gets a second to explain to what I will agree is not the best messaging, all of a sudden the responses stop. The criticism stops. They step away from communism. They pivot off to trans people. They pivot off to immigration. Like, it's all they do. When you want to, like, we notice we didn't get to like the most controversial shit of the DSA. We didn't get to like abolishing the Senate. We didn't get to replacing the president. We didn't get to replacing.
I wanted to save that for last.
No, I think because he can't make it through the first couple points.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, I can, and I have.
No, you've done nothing but fucking stumble all over the place.
Oh no, I haven't.
You're
no,
pathetic,
and I'll tell you how I'm going to close on this particular part, because it's obvious that he wants to move on to the more complex parts of this. But
because you haven't been able to address any of the first.
What's interesting about this is, and this is how I'll close in telling you this: we won't even have to lift a finger to stop you. That when I say you, I mean the DSA. You know why? Because the corporate Democrats are going to stop you. You are about to run afoul of the most powerful portions of your party.
You're too stupid to even have the conversation, so I don't know.
You guys don't even understand what they've already done.
Hold on, let me. Absolutely blow up in our face. But given the outcomes of primary.
Most radical elements of your party.
It might most literally blow up in someone's face
Well,
who is
I'd like
head
to
of the
float an
DSA.
idea
Because
too.
let me finish.
Sure.
Because the American government for a very long time has been doing operations against homegrown radicals for a very long time that have ended in radicals' death. So that's how it could blow up in someone's face. The other way, I don't think so.
In peace.
So I'd like to float an idea that I've not heard mentioned here. These midterms and everything. In case you guys haven't noticed, elections, it's a national security issue. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do not have any midterms because of national security breaches in our elections. I would not be surprised.
Are you trying to fucking prime the pump right now for some inevitable shit?
That's exactly
Fucking try it, dude.
Well,
Fucking
Tabasco.
try it.
Donald Trump may pull the plug on it all.
All right, Tabasco, I get what you're no, hold on. What Tabasco's doing, right? He got paid to say this. Was he wants to get a bunch of us leftists to come up and then be like, well, then we show up with our guns. Sorry, we're not you. We don't storm the Capitol. We find a way around. We find the actual ways to make these effectuated chains. Listen, I'm not saying what I will or won't do, and I'm definitely not saying it on a fucking public forum. But if your president decides to do something unconstitutional to a point of taking away the vote of the people, I guess you fuck around and you find out.
Well, I mean, your hero in Ukraine, Zelensky, done the same thing, and nobody.
I said what I said. We don't need to address it anymore.
Well, I mean,
it's a hypothetical.
They're in an active hot war. They're in an active hot war where Ukrainian citizens are getting unalived. That is different.
Donald Trump
we are not having anyone else attack us right now. Nobody has came to our shores and attacked us. That's a very different situation.
Hold on. For everyone on the panel, do you notice that any time we start talking about what we're talking about, they do this? You just fell for it. I fell for it earlier. I'm not going to do it again. It's pivot on pivot on pivot on pivot of what we're not talking about. What we are talking about is the rise in the fucking DSA, the amount of primaries they're winning, the fact that the right is fucking terrified of these motherfuckers because what their actual message is isn't even anything that we're talking about right now. It's focusing on the American people. It's focusing on getting representation, affordability, and the fucking equal chance to get back to fucking work. And that terrified. Hear him interrupting me? You know why he's doing it? He's fucking terrified because he understands that is the shortfallings of his. What? Let you finish, bitch. I'm talking. Let me fucking finish.
Well, go ahead.
They understand this is the shortfallings of their fucking party. They understand they can't defend it. They understand they can't argue against it. So they create strawmen. They create red fucking herrings. They do anything and fucking everything to not talk about a fucking political movement that is focusing on the American people and getting them back to fucking work and making things affordable. Because they understand where they fucked up and caused all this shit.
Without transparency, we don't have a country, CT. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't give a fuck what you think.
President.
What transparency?
Exactly.
He just fucking did it again. Where's it been? He just fucking did it. Guys, he just did it again in real fucking time after I told you what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
He just threw that shit out there and y'all fucking grabbed it. Make them talk about the DSA.
Put the White Claw down, CT.
Fuck you. I'm tired of you fucking people. I figured out your fucking game. You guys suck at this shit.
He's not wrong, and there you go. I mean, you instead of addressing anything you said put the White Claw down. It's pretty ridiculous.
Well, this is kind of embarrassing, Mojo.
It's embarrassing for you.
It's kind of embarrassing for you because you can't follow a simple conversation and somebody gets pissed off because you keep deflecting, and then what do you do in response? You fucking deflect again. That's pretty sad.
I'm deflecting anything, Mojo. I'm
you
totally
are.
steering
You're
this entire conversation.
doing nothing but deflecting. You are scared to shit. It's
you guys are fucking
ridiculous.
terrified. You walk
I
around
talk about fucking Marxism on pennies.
We don't have to do anything.
You don't
Your own party leaders
again.
are
You just keep
this.
talking over everybody.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Doing all the talking.
It's embarrassing how fucking easy it is to see your guys' game plan now. I'm pissed at myself. It took me so long to see it. I see right fucking through you guys now. You're nothing. You stand on nothing. Your viewpoints are nothing. You have no moral standpoint. You have no fucking political standpoint. You just do that. You wait for somebody to stop talking to be like, immigrants, trans. You guys run your entire life terrified of everything. And I'm glad that people are waking up. I'm glad that Democrats are waking up. They understand what you're terrified of. They're going to walk and talk right fucking past you. You don't matter anymore.
They've always run on the politics of fear, but I'm actually curious, like, what is the Republican fucking message come the midterms? Like, you guys are in charge of everything and everyone's lives are worse than they were 2 years ago. Like, what can you possibly say?
Well, the Democrats certainly are. I mean, that's one of the greatest utilities of Donald Trump is he shattered the Democrats into a million pieces.
Pivot.
And like I said, it's not a pivot. I'm speaking exactly to what he's saying.
Right, that's what you're running on.
He's asking what we're going to run on.
You're running on the Democrats don't exist anymore? Are you serious?
Call his pivot out every time he does it.
We're obviously running on the fact that all we have to do is be against what you guys are for at this point because you're so radical.
There it is.
I mean, every single election, you have the primaries and you have the general election, right? You guys are getting all excited about the fucking primaries when you're forgetting that the general election is a race to the middle. You guys got to pick up independents. You think you're going to pick up independence with abolish the police and get rid of
I think
borders?
they're gonna
You
pick
guys
up
are fucking
independence with-
hilarious.
They're going to
You're
pick up
hilarious.
independence.
And
We
you're
don't have to
saying
do
that
shit.
I'm
Can I add
embarrassed. You're
Listen to
saying that
you.
I'm
Listen to
afraid.
you freaking out.
Well, this is
Listen to you
fucking-
freaking out
this
right
is
now.
best
That's
case
fucking
scenario
wild.
for us.
Listen to you freaking out right now. That's fucking
All right.
wild.
Yeah, I freaked out. That's what that was.
You are. You are absolutely freaking the fuck out right now.
Donovan, they're going to pick
Wild.
up independence by doing things like promising universal childcare. I don't know if you heard Trump. Did you hear Trump's hot mic recently, where he talked about
Address
there's no
anything
way.
I just said.
No.
Well, I am. Hold on,
Wait, nothing
please.
you
Let's
said is
have a
relevant
good
in any
faith
way, shape, or form.
conversation.
Wait, this is not a
I'm
good
trying
faith
to address
conversation.
it.
All he did was fucking pivot off of everything
No,
that we were talking
but B,
about.
that's the point. You are trying to
I
address
didn't
it.
pivot at all. I
Don't
addressed
address a
all your
fucking thing
points
these
all
people
at
bring up.
once.
They're not bringing up
Yeah,
anything.
there's seriously, Donovan has said
Do
nothing
you
there that's
understand
even
the
worth
difference
addressing.
between
He
primary
said nothing worth
elections and
addressing.
general
He's
elections?
saying nothing
Yes
right
or
now
no?
that's worth addressing. Absolutely
Okay.
nothing.
You asked me a
Doing what you're
question,
doing.
Donovan, and I tried to answer. You
You're
asked the panel
doing
a question,
great.
and so I was trying to answer the panel.
Yeah, but he's not saying
Donovan,
anything worth addressing. That's
Donovan,
true.
I've had good faith
Yes.
conversations with you before, and I do find that this is kind of problematic that nobody can really have a good faith conversation with you. I was trying to answer the question you'd asked the panel. You asked, are they gonna? What is the Democrats going to run on? How are they going to win? What are they going to run on? You'd asked that prior to when you were talking about the differences between primaries.
Wait, but B, why did he ask that?
I don't know. I don't pretend. I don't do like CT. When I have these conversations with people, I don't try to guess what they're going to try to tell me.
Well, think about the
I
question.
really have
Hold
a
on.
good faith conversation.
I agree, but B, think about the question of its whole, right? You have progressives, you have DSA now, you've got moderate Democrats, you've got right-leaning Democrats. When he asks you, what are the Democrats going to run on? He wants you to pick anything at all, to represent all of the Democratic Party, pretending that it's some kind of monolith that he has something to argue against. That's not
It
a
should
fucking
be a monolith. The
We're not
Democrats
no.
should be a monolith.
No, they absolutely should not. You should have a collective of ideas. You should have a collective of more progressive, more conservative ideas, but not so conservative that's fucking authoritarian. You should have a diverse group of people coming up with the best solutions. That's the American way.
I think
Don't
the diverse
become a
group
monolith.
of people is the reason why we are here.
That's
This
the
diverse
Democrat
group
problem right
refusing
there.
to let anybody move forward within the Democratic Party is why they are in the place that they're in.
I disagree.
Because they can't agree on anything,
That's
including
exactly
who they
right.
want as
B's right.
running.
B's right. The Democrat problem is diversity and lack of leadership. If the
I didn't say
Democrats had a
diversity.
leader like
Don't
the
be
Republicans
nasty.
do,
This
the Republicans
is
have a
wild.
leader.
It's wild that you just fucking played straight into it. Now he's gonna agree with you. Do you? It doesn't make you feel weird. It doesn't make you feel weird to be in a place where they agree with you.
I don't really, maybe I don't understand the way social dynamics work enough, but I don't really have conversations based off of whether I think someone's going to agree with me or not. But that's just a me thing.
But they do. They do. These crazy people that are not having a conversation at all right now agree with you. That doesn't.
Yeah, and I've had people agree with me, and then I bring up the Communist Manifesto a few lines down, and then they start agreeing with that too. It goes weirdly different each
That's
time.
the point. They're agreeing with you because they want you to keep talking about that thing that you're talking about that they agree with you on. As soon as you bring up something else that they don't want you to talk about, then they're gonna freak the fuck out.
They do it every time. And Mojo, that's why I've been like, I wanted to test this out for a couple weeks to see what kind of responses I was getting, really hone in like how to respond. And that's exactly how I knew this conversation was going to go. Like, it's the same thing every time. They're terrified of the DSA platform because of its focuses.
You know what, CT, I think the one thing that they are actually terrified, and I would also say more centrist or moderate Democrats or even the fucking right-wingers, let's be honest, there are right-wingers in the Democratic Party, is that part of the DSA platform and those that are running on it, because let's just be honest, who cares about their fucking platform? Because not every single one that is backed by the DSA, where it depends on where they're running. They're tailoring their message to their fucking audience so that they can win an election, which is a smart fucking move. But the issue is that they want to reform our elections. They want to reform the fact that it's bullshit that you have to raise all this fucking money to be able to represent your district and your people. That is fucking terrified to the corporatists that have been running on this fucking well-oiled machine of how to campaign, how to get money, bullshit. Once you eliminate that, they're going to be like, oh shit, we got to run on actual ideas.
Yep.
And it fucking terrifies them.
That's why I was actually...
It terrifies them that everybody from both sides are going to agree with that, what you just said as well. Everybody agrees to get money out of politics. Everybody that's, I don't know, not a partisan hack anyway.
The two people that come to mind are Francesca Hong out of Wisconsin, which is, again, not a normally blue place. She picked up, I think, 30% of the polling in the last, 2 weeks. She's not even running... Yeah, she's not even running as DSA. She's running as a full-on socialist and is gaining traction. Abdul Al-Said, not a Democratic socialist, backed by the DSA, not running as a Democratic socialist, is absolutely scaring the shit out of people. You know how I know? Because Jake Lang showed up to fucking try and interrupt one of his fucking speeches, got chanted to the fact of USA out the fucking door, and he gave one of the most inspirational speeches I've heard since Barack Obama. You guys don't understand. You're on the fucking losing side of this. You're just scared that you are. This is bigger than what the fucking MAGA movement was. And it's not even just the DSA. It's just the idea of people focusing on the American fucking people again, which is something I think both parties have lost fucking traction over the last 10 years. It's become a pissing game of fucking infamousy. And I think that the American people are fucking tired of it.
Did you say implemency? What was that word?
Infamousy, my friend.
Infamousy. Okay, cool.
People are becoming infamous for being pieces of shit who you guys idolize and we fucking hate. We focus too much on it. We stop focusing on the American people. There's a political movement right now focusing on the American people. It's gaining traction and it fucking terrifies you.
It's infamy, just so you know.
Yeah. Brent, can you respond to what I said, though? You tell me you heard what I said.
Are you
talking the money out of politics part? I would love for either you or Tabasco to respond to what I said.
Yeah, Citizens United should probably be revisited. Jesus Christ, it's a mess.
It's not just about Citizens
to get
United.
the money out of
I'm
politics.
not even talking about the pact. I'm talking about the fact that so much of what you do as an elected official is fucking worry about the next election and the campaign, that you are distracted and you can't fucking do what you were elected to do there. Because
term limits will have the effect you're looking for.
Not term limits, man. We got to get fucking money out of politics. We have to have public elections.
Term limits will
we have to have publicly funded elections.
Right, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to balance the idea that speech it has a relevancy to money, right? Like if you have a billionaire who likes a particular candidate, how much can that billionaire help him? And how fair is that relative to people who don't have the means to help as much, right? This is really what we're talking about. So we have to balance those interests and those freedoms of speech as it relates to money. And at the same time, make sure it also affects politicians and how they move about the levers of power, right? So if we want to remove a politician's sword of Damocles as to whether or not they get to be in office again, then we need to install term limits. This gives every single politician an opportunity to do what they're going to do for the good of the people and not have to worry about being reelected.
Well, civics, I kind of agree with Brendan there, but also I'd add to this. I think we just need to get people access to information. If you'll remember in 2024, Harris raised $1 billion. Okay, $1 billion. And I didn't hear you saying anything about money in politics then, but nonetheless, Donald Trump still beat her. And the reason is people, the access to information is greater today than it ever has been. And if people have access to information, then they can choose who they want. And money is not as big a deal as you think it is.
Heard AOC talk about what she learned when she was elected and how the Democratic Party apparatus kind of focuses their attention on.
Hold on, can Donovan explain what sword of Damocles is?
I mean,
Your civic, say it. What did she say?
So she's talking about how what I had already mentioned, how they're spending so much of their time, but also how the people that are in charge, the consultants or whatever, they're stuck in an old past. She was very critical of the fact that they are not on Instagram having lives, trying to meet with people and spread out how you communicate with your representatives, with your constituents. And spending all this money on TV rather than spending money on, like, I don't know, podcasts and other alternative media, that's why they had to raise so much and spend so much, because they focused so much on fucking TV. It was just a bad strategy.
Well, I mean,
and she's just like that. We don't have enough input on how to run elections, which is why I think she really enjoys being a congressperson, because she's like, I'm way more in tune with the people.
well, again, information. So Donald Trump created a social media platform, and he can get and reach the world with a truth social post now, and it doesn't cost him that much money, really. It actually probably generates money for him, to be honest with you. But there are alternative sources, but the legacy news media has had a lock on information and disseminating to the people who the chosen candidates were and were not. So what I'm saying is unlock the information, give people access, and money is not as big a deal as you think it is when it comes to politics. It's information. It's control of the information. And that's what they've had a lock on for, I don't know, 70 years, 80 years, 100 years.
When you say who do you mean?
Well, the system that we've lived in our entire life. I mean, the media system and how information is disseminated. It's all controlled. It's all locked up.
Media industrial complex. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I mean I mean, the generation before us thought Walter Cronkite was a saint from heaven, and anything that come out of his mouth was the truth, and it's no different, as the generation's gone on, Fox News, et cetera, et cetera. It's just you get channeled into this one, avenue of information, and you think that's the gospel, and it's just not. It's just not.
I feel like a lot of this conversation is, again, doing anything other than talking about the DSA because, again, you guys are terrified of it. That sucks for you.
Yeah, the problem Tabasco. The problem Tabasco is guns.
I mean, I'm not scared of anything. I mean, if you're gonna make a political movement, you're gonna have to go up against MAGA. MAGA is probably the biggest political movement, arguably, whether you like it or not, in our lifetime.
The majority of the MAGAs don't even support Trump or his vision anymore.
Hold on. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. If it's the biggest fucking movement, why do they fail to get more than like 30% of the voting population?
I mean, that's typical of what turns out for voting civics. I mean, 60% turnout is astronomical.
A movement would have pushed them at least to more than 50% of the people that were eligible to vote, and he couldn't do that.
He said 60%.
That's funny. Historically, 60% of a voter turnout is rather large.
It was bigger in 2020.
What the fuck? That's 60%. What are you talking about?
60% of a voter turnout in any given election is
He's
large.
talking about total.
Oh, that is not that large.
It is. Yeah, it is.
No.
There's people working, people are sick,
fucking
people are
standards,
home,
that's
they can't
pathetic.
travel, whatever. 60% is like the standard. Anything above that.
Well, he's got a good point. What was it, like
Suspect.
64 to 70% of turnout in 2024? I mean, this was a big problem with the election, is that a lot of people didn't vote, right? So I actually don't disagree.
Which is why during the general election, you always pivot to the center to pick up independents and undecideds. It's the largest voting bloc.
You guys go ahead and do that. See how it works out for you.
Ash, go ahead and look up how many people voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Let me know how much that party's grown.
No, it's diminished significantly, but like I think I don't know what his point was, but I was just agreeing the fact that like there was a very low voter turnout in the last election.
There was a low voter turnout for the Democratic Party. That's
Correct.
where the fall off was. And the DSA is not trying to grab the fucking moderates there. The DSA is not trying to grab fucking MAGA or right wing. They are specifically targeting younger voters because they saw the turnout in New York. They've seen the turnout in other fucking states. Younger voters are getting involved.
I mean, that's a really poor political strategy, in my opinion.
60% is pretty normal, or less than 60% is pretty normal since 1972. There's only been 1 year that we got above 60% turnout.
Okay, so this is as close as we're going to get to answering my question. right? Which is, why did the Democrats make the first primary in South Carolina? Because these are classical Democrats. These are the kind of people that their independents would continue to elect to someone like a Lindsey Graham.
Great.
The DSA is not going to show well in South Carolina, and it's going to impede their momentum.
Buddy, you're the same shit you guys were spouting 6 years ago about expanding the 10th, growing the platform, accepting more people. You don't understand that that's what's happening right in front of your eyes, and you guys just don't like it.
Well, I mean, the Democratic platform when it comes to primaries is become laughable, because at the end of the day, it's going to be a rug pull for whoever they want. It doesn't matter what anybody votes for. They're just going to decide at the end of the thing whatever the hell they want to do and come up with some excuse to do it.
Tabasco, y'all can't choose between fucking the eyeliner JD Vance and the fucking couch cushion fucking Marco Rubio. You guys don't even know who your leader is.
I mean, y'all
let us worry about
Harris
what we're
there
doing
at the last moment there without
We'll be
primary,
fine. Can I just say something here really quick? I think some of the groundwork that the Bernie AOC kind of country tour, talking to people in red states, in red districts, did one thing, and I think it's a test, right? Because you got to kind of test the populace a bit. If they're in a red district that the normal Democrat doesn't have a chance in hell anyway, it's a red seat. They can put up somebody who's backed by the DSA. I mean, like, at least we're giving them a different type of Democrat, and just see if that person can either win or at least push the Democrats that much closer and be like, oh shit, we could actually run people like that in places like this. That's what the fuck I'd be doing.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree.
And Donovan,
because I think Brendan is right on the fucking
Tabasco
nose.
and Donovan,
He is absolutely correct.
you're real quick. Tabasco and Donovan, I think the problem is that you are living in the past. Like, if you are unwilling to agree to the fact that, like, there are tens of thousands of people jumping ship, and this president has the lowest approval rating of any president at this time in history, then you are fooling yourselves. There are people who are lifelong Republicans who are like, oh shit, this is fucked. Okay, we're jumping.
Ash, put the Jim Beam down. You couldn't pass a field sobriety test right now.
Tabasco, you couldn't pass an
This
IQ
is not
test, but you're allowed to
engaging
be
with
up
what
here
I just
too.
said. I'm sick of people saying that. I just made a coherent argument, so fucking engage with it.
Take another shot, Ash.
I was laughing at what CT said about Tabasco.
Tabasco, you couldn't pass a citizenship test, so fucking chill yourself on the panel. Stay in the
ironically,
fucking
I
business
don't
seat.
have to. Ironically, I don't have to because I'm not an immigrant, CT.
Tabasco, how many stars are on the flag?
If we're talking about, like, because somebody mentioned a little bit ago, like, voter turnout, how would you guys feel about compulsory voting? Like, a lot of nations do that. How would you guys feel about that?
Dude, we should do that shit. You should be forced to vote.
I think you should put voting elections on the blockchain.
What?
Wait, well, hold on. Keep going.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going. No, hold on. Keep going.
Yeah, explain it further.
That's all you need to do, man. You just put it on the blockchain and verify it.
Explain. No, hold on. Because I'm too drunk to understand, apparently.
Exactly.
So explain blockchain to me, fucking Tabasco.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
tell me what blockchain is. Tell me what blockchain is, because I'm too drunk to know what blockchain is.
It's a cinder block with a chain attached to it, dude. That's where you.
Oh yeah, no, it's the cinder block with a chain attached to my ankle, and so to drag me down into the fucking water, right, Tabasco?
Oh my God,
Tabasco. I wanted to see if you knew why people are supporting elections through blockchain, but you got to know the fucking talking points, or at least a little bit about what a smart contract is. But like,
well, yeah, how to explain it though?
So can I? They already do some form of electronic voting through the blockchain for absentee ballots overseas. So West Virginia, of all fucking states, was one of the first that adopted this. So for absentee ballots, only absentee ballots for people overseas that are residents of West Virginia, and that's where they vote. Like, they were able to do it through an app, basically.
Yeah, why couldn't you do that nationally though, for more than just absentee, and it would be verifiable and traceable and trackable? and that's what you would need. That would sure it all up, and there would be no question.
Blockchain is specifically untraceable. What the fuck are you saying?
Well, Tabasco, I'd love to actually do it through an app. The problem is we have all these people in our country that aren't very smart, that think that election fraud happens on some kind of mass level that could swing the election in some way. So we're never going to get any kind of progressive fucking voting system in place until dipshits stop believing that mass voting fraud happens. When we stop getting dumbasses to believe in vast.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Then we can maybe do that.
Well, how do you think these dipshit politicians have gotten elected for 50 years if it wasn't for the fraud in their district?
It's just called voting. It's not called fraud.
Oh,
it's the same reason that it's the same reason that before the 80s, people got away with things like murder and all of this shit because we didn't have the technology to track it as well as we do now, right? We have fingerprints, we have DNA. Well, now we have more technology to track these fucking votes.
My God.
And you're saying, no, let's not do that.
We have intelligence agency communities in this world that specialize in overturning elections in foreign countries all the time. What makes you think they couldn't do it here?
I thought you guys wanted to abolish the CIA and the FBI because they were corrupt and part of the deep state. What happened to that?
Well, that's what they're good at. They're good at doing that.
Oh, okay. So you guys don't want to do that anymore. You guys never tried to
do that. It's called color revolutions and things like that. They do this around the world all the time.
I'm just saying, you guys never shied away from the word abolish when it came to things like the CIA, the FDA, DEA, Department of Education. Now all of a sudden, you guys hear like abolish the Senate, and you guys are fucking terrified. Whoa!
So Trump's political card that he's throwing down is the Save America Act, which would create transparency for legal citizens to be able to vote in their country, in this country.
Hold on.
And guess who doesn't want to do it? Guess who doesn't want to do it?
Tabasco, let me point out to you how little you know about the Save America Act. Can I show up with my driver's license and vote if the Save America Act passes?
Could you show up to a polling place with your driver's license and vote if you're a citizen? Yes.
Nope, incorrect. Can I show up with a piece of mail to prove that I live in the United States and vote?
I said if you're a citizen, you've got to prove citizenship. That's
how does my driver's license prove my citizenship? It could be forged.
It's an ID that would verify who you are based on your citizenship.
But it could be forged. That's fraudulent. What are you talking about?
I wish I knew who the winner of that dice roll was. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what part of my driver's license proves my citizenship? You don't think that people illegally in this country have driver's license?
Do you think non-citizens should vote in our country?
Hold on, Tabasco. When you show up at the poll with your ID, what happens? Hold on, Tabasco. This is real important. Tabasco,
hold on, Ash.
When you show up at a fucking polling station with your ID, what happens?
Hold on, Ash. Did you hear that pivot he did with that question he asked right back because he didn't want to answer my question?
Well, I don't know, but
I know you didn't because you weren't listening.
I don't want Chinese people voting in our country.
Hold on. So again, I'm going to ask you one more time, Tabasco.
I don't want Chinese citizens voting in our American country. I don't want European citizens voting in American elections. I don't want Mexican citizens voting I want American U.S. citizens voting in our elections.
So Tabasco,
nobody talked about any Chinese people, bro. What the fuck are you on?
So Tabasco, when I show up with my driver's license, how do they know that I'm not a Chinese citizen?
There's databases that we have that pinpoints who the United States citizens are and are not based on visas, based on immigration policies, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So when the SAVE Act passes, I can't show up my driver's license to prove my citizenship or prove I'm an American citizen. What else do I need to prove it if the SAVE Act passes?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look what the requirements of the SAVE Act, what they're asking for.
You know how I know? Stupid. No. The thing is, he's absolutely right. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's voting for. He's just been told, Trump likes this, vote for it. You don't know the changes that'll come to voting. You don't understand the fucking restrictions that are going to be put in place and how it will fucking demarginalize people from voting. You were just told.
Yeah, I want it to demarginalize non-citizens from voting. Yes, that's what I want, CT.
There's nothing about the SAVE Act that demarginalizes people
Sammy
from
wants
that.
you to bring someone up, Mojo. Sorry. Someone is private.
It's amazing. You'd come up on a fucking... I'm sorry, but I'm just amazed. You'd come up on a panel and push for the fucking SAVE Act when you never fucking read it. That's embarrassing.
I just want transparency in my elections. You know,
it's embarrassing.
Forgive me for wanting
transparency in our elections.
legitimate elections.
No.
You are.
I'm sorry, but Tabasco, it's embarrassing. You haven't read the act. You were told what to fucking say. You were paid to come up on these fucking panels and say it. You're a fucking paid aggravator. That's all you are. You don't fucking check into policies.
There is no way that anybody's paying him.
Did you just call Tabasco
there is no way anybody's paying. Yeah, nobody's paying him.
How could he be this stupid, this ill-informed?
Exactly.
And
no. Why would anybody pay him?
Do you think that they're paying people to come up on panels and be smart? That's not what a paid agitator is. It's somebody that says you're paid to go up and distract the conversation from what's actually going on in this country.
He talks about fucking Atlantis and the firmament. Nobody's paying him. What the fuck is wrong?
He thinks
Mojo,
there's a secret Chinese group of people just going around and voting. Like,
wait, Mojo, think about that for just more than a sec. Hold on, think about this for more than just like a second. When any panel's trying to have an actual conversation about things that are going on in this country, and somebody shows up and they go, "Earth's flat." What happens? People are like, dude, you're dumb as fuck. They instantly stop talking about actual problems in this country. That's exactly what a fucking page agitator is.
Y'all the one bringing up the flat Earth. I didn't bring it up. That's y'all.
You think he's employed by the same people that pay fucking...
Y'all are stuck in the firmament. That's what it is.
You pay the dumbest fucking people to come up and make sure a real conversation doesn't happen. That is exactly what a paid agitator is.
That's funny. Wait, Donovan, how much are they paying you?
Oh, I'm flattered, Mojo. Thank you.
$7,000 a month, right?
Man, win for capitalism. You can make money in all kinds of ways.
Getting that APAC money?
No, turns out it's my civic
oddly
duty
quiet at the
to
worst
do this.
time.
Yeah. Well, it's never a bad time for you to be quiet, TT.
Well,
if they did offer me, I would do like 10 grand a month. But I'd only do 4 hours a day. But you're getting me for free, Mojo, so you're welcome.
So Nick Mattel's already come out and like openly said that he is being paid to be a debater on TikTok, right?
Who said that?
Nick Mattel, Penny's favorite call-in line when she can't make an argument.
Phone a friend, baby. Phone a friend.
Yeah, I've never seen that in a 1v1 debate. Hold on, I can't make this argument anymore. Can we get somebody else in here?
That was funny. I already called Penny out on her bullshit.
I heard Red State do that too.
Dude, he did.
I just tried to call her, get a hold of Nick Mattel and get him over here.
I woke up at 3:30 in the morning to fucking Red Dawn being like, can we bring up Coach or like anybody else? I was like, oh no. Never once in my life have I been like, hold on, I want to share the space because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. I've never seen that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I would have a phone a friend. I'd have a couple phone of friends. It'd be HR and Blossom, probably.
Gee, thanks a lot, asshole.
Dude, that's the thing though. HR and Blossom are like legitimate.
If I just wanted the conversation disrupted, I would absolutely.
Yeah, who else would it be, CT? Because you would crash out. If he brought me up, I would just start arguing with Mojo. Like,
it's fucking capitalist over. I'm just kidding.
I think we should start keeping a scoreboard of people that have won 1v1 debates, and then we'll see who's sitting at the top. We'll go from there.
That's a self-imposed prison.
I think you should phone Pallet Jack. I mean, he's pretty much an encyclopedia. You can pull up any kind of bullshit, and he's got something to say on it.
Sure. If it comes to nuclear physics or something, yeah, why not? Water, yeah, why not? Marxism, no, he'll throw me on the wall. Fuck him.
Let's see. American values.
Be on the wall.
CT. When it comes to gun violence, CT. When it comes to immigration, CT. When I was trying to think of all the other points I've had to fucking argue I've done well against, I'm like a pocket knife. Master of none, jack of all.
Jack of
Bro,
something.
the only thing you're jacking right now is yourself, bro.
that is the truth. That is the fucking truth.
Honest to God, I don't even remember what I fucking debated Apple Glock on at this point. I was like trying to think about it. I'm like, what the fuck did we even argue about? I don't even remember.
I'm actually serious right now. Can anyone hear me?
No.
Oh, gee. Oh, yeah. What? Fuck you.
What?
Who the fuck
It's
is
like,
something?
it's like when you're. It's almost like when your annoying teenager comes around asking, wanting something.
Are you oust? You are coming attacking me? Are you fucking serious? You're like the dumbest person on fucking TikTok, and you're gonna fucking attack me right now?
What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, hold on, 1 second. Hold on, who the fuck is?
It was just a joke, man. Relax.
Wait,
no,
who
it's
the
not
fuck?
a joke. I've been trying to yell at Tabasco for like 10 minutes, and everyone just keeps fucking over talking. And then I say, "Can you actually hear me?" And Civic says, "Yeah, what? Go fuck yourself."
What
This is why alcohol and
Jesus
TikTok listen.
Christ!
I don't know what the hell's going on.
First time we
right
heard
now.
you say that, though, Ash, like if you were saying it for multiple times, we didn't hear. That's like the first time.
Wait, wasn't that Alice that just said that?
Ash, put the beer down, man.
Whoever said it, listen, women are way too emotional for fucking public office. Let's just get that out of the way. Calm down,
my God,
boys.
that's a
God damn.
great thing to say.
I'm just saying.
Somebody clip that shit.
You got these men up here coming up fucking spazzing out, and it's like, women are too emotional.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the corner like I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Fucking crazy. So, yeah, I will say this. I got to hop to bed soon. I'm going to hop out of here. But I will say, yeah, I've been playing with this for a couple weeks now. The right doesn't know how to argue the DSA. If you actually take time to look into the things and the platforms they're pushing for, we only talked about the most extreme views of what they have. If you actually look into what the people, the Democratic Socialists of America are pushing for, they are pushing for the people. They want to make sure that people have the opportunity to go to work. They are making sure they have the opportunity for fucking childcare. They are making sure they have the opportunity for healthcare. They are going out of their way and platforming and only focusing on the American people. I think it's a great fucking platform. I don't care whatever controversial bullshit the fucking right wants to try and stir up when it comes to like abolish the Senate, abolish ICE, get rid of prisons. There's a perfectly good explanation behind all of it. And at the fucking root of their entire platform is this: make America affordable for the American people. And the things that we are paying for with our tax dollars could go into better things like universal health care. That's what the DSA is at its fucking core and at its base. And even for the people that don't fucking buy into it, but buy into some of the platforms they're running for, at the end of the day, it's only making the American people's lives better, period. That's it.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, comrade.
Privet. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
До свидания.
Oh man.
I mean, it's just about.
Yeah. Just that was amazing. That was
well,
amazing.
I mean,
yeah. Abolish the Senate is. That's
all. That's all well and good.
That's no big deal. That's no big deal. That right there doesn't.
Why didn't
harm
you guys
anybody.
just say this to him when he was up here? Why are you waiting till he leaves?
Well, I mean, that's all well and good, but until you can find a good
CT
leader,
argues like a
the
fat man
Democrats-
fights. I call it a flabalanche.
Because
he doesn't really
he'll get upset. He'll get upset for interrupting him, and then instead of answering the question, he'll ask a question. But it's okay.
Many of the DSA-backed candidates that are currently running in primaries have openly said that they want to get rid of the Senate.
It's not about what those.
Well, hold on. I'm just asking. Can you answer?
Oh, I honestly have no idea, but because they represent the DSA, they are advocating for openly abolishing the Senate.
Yeah, but how many of the ones?
It doesn't matter. They're running as a DSA member, and the platform of the party. One of their policies they want to do is abolish the Senate. So regardless of the words don't come out of their mouth exactly, or they're not asked that question, they don't give an answer. They are part of the DSA. They're advocating for the DSA. So therefore they are part of the DSA, just like any conservative.
You said it 3 times there.
Yeah,
if the words don't come out of their mouth, then where's it coming from?
If the words don't come out of their mouth, then where's it coming from? From you guys who believe bullshit and nonsense.
No.
Hey,
Hold on.
these
If
people.
they're not, hold on. I'm confused though. If they're not saying that they want to abolish the Senate, then why? Where are they getting it from? Who's actually saying it? Nobody, or who's saying it?
I don't know. It's probably on the website.
It's probably on the website. Do I need to really fucking Google it for you?
Yeah,
sure. Go for it, man. Whatever's going to make you happy.
The one making the claim doesn't even know. Right. That's classic.
Okay. You want to make a point there?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He's talking to Oust.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's just like when a Democrat campaigns or when a Republican campaigns, right? Oh, where'd it go?
He left? Really?
Yeah,
I don't even know what the fuck he was saying.
Well, he was yelling at me.
He was just yelling. But Alice, you weren't making a point there. The point that I'm making is that you guys are treating this like it's a political party. You listen to what the fucking candidates that are running that are backed by the DSA. Do you see the difference there? Backed by the DSA. Not every single member, not every single person that are being that are running currently in primaries identify themselves as DSA members just because the DSA backs them, right? Like you got to ask what they are, right? So if you're concerned about somebody close to you or somebody that's running in your state or something along those lines, fucking ask them. Do you believe in abolishing the Senate and see what they fucking say?
I would definitely ask them if I had that opportunity for sure. But again, just because the DSA isn't considered a political party or political or whatever your requirements are to take them seriously. They subscribe to what is to be a democratic socialist, and I'm sorry, but DSA is Democratic Socialists of America. So again, like it's like just because they're loosely affiliated, right? It still advocating on their behalf and pushing their what DSA stands for, et cetera, regardless if they're going to be a Democrat or not or a Republican. Again, I'm not going to vote for that shit. I'm not going to vote. I don't trust them.
Yeah, you just don't like who they're associated. Hold on. You just don't like who they're associated with. Oust, is that what you're saying? You don't like that they're associated with the DSA because it makes them look like it's because the DSA is extreme. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and they're advocating on behalf of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Who else was associated with somebody extreme? Wasn't Donald Trump associated with Epstein?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure, maybe, but
yeah, you voted for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, wasn't
so
like
it's not like you even really care about.
Well, okay, spare me all that bullshit because Biden was associated.
No, it's
Clinton
Biden.
was associated. No, so again, like
Biden was not associated with Epstein. What are you talking about?
I don't know if he was or not. Was he?
He wasn't.
He wasn't. Okay. No. Well, then I stand corrected about Biden, but again, like Clinton and like Democrats
and Republicans, whether they're associated with the DSA or not, you're never going to vote for somebody on the left anyway, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Whether they're associated with the DSA or not, you're never voting for somebody on the left anyway, are you?
Oh, I definitely would if they had some sound policies they're campaigning on.
Like what? Like what?
Like I don't know, stopping like our getting involved in foreign wars, securing our borders, solving actual problems like
so in other words, you would vote for them if they were. You would vote for a Democrat if they were a Republican, but that's the only reason that you would vote for a Democrat.
What does that have to do with Republicans? Aren't even doing that.
I mean,
shit.
I don't. Who gives a fuck what you think about the DSA at this point? I don't care who you're going to vote for.
Okay,
you're going to vote for a Republican anyway, so it don't fucking matter what you think.
No, I'm not voting for a fucking Republican.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're certainly not voting for a Democrat.
Right, you're right. I'm not voting
then
for.
I don't care.
No one. Okay, cool.
And I don't care. What's the point?
Okay, fair enough.
Alice, this is why we kept saying they're not a party. Who are those people running for? What party? Alice.
Yeah, I'm right here.
They're running for Democrat. They're running for the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
And you just said you never vote for a Democrat, which is like the point you're not understanding.
No, you didn't hear me correctly. I said I would vote for a Democrat if their policies aligned. If their policies
were Republican policies, yes, but that's not going to ever happen.
Well, I mean,
that.
And I'm sorry, just because again that they're still DSA, man. Who cares if they're Republican?
Exactly.
Or
Exactly. So it doesn't matter to you, and nobody cares what you have to think about the DSA.
Perfect. Then I guess I should leave if there's no any other questions.
Why would we have any questions for you about the DSA? That's wild.
Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, Sammy wants up, and then she also says that you got to expand yourself to a Mojo.
I'm so tired though. Where's that dude when you need him? The dude that went up on CTs. I'm just kidding.
I mean, it looks pretty good, honestly, with the little one. Still fits, but yeah.
Oh, I can fix that too.
I have a question.
Reset your gift goal.
What's that? I don't even know what that is.
We do to quit being lazy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, most certainly. Go ahead.
Alice, my question to you is from earlier, and to, I guess, to the Republican Party in general. Do you know how much of a problem we have in the United States of non-citizens voting? Do you know how many non-citizens have voted in past elections?
This isn't generally something that we address on TikTok.
I mean, is that it? Or I can answer if she was done.
Okay.
You have an answer to that, really?
Well, she's asking me the question. I just wanted to, be polite and answer her. Is that a problem?
So you have an answer for that?
Yeah. Do I know the number?
This ought to be interesting.
Yeah. Do I know the number of non-citizens who have voted in elections? From what I've read, it's a very small percentage, and it's not even in double digits.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, what do you know? Do you know the exact percent? Do you know the exact percent by chance?
0.0004.
I know the number is under 50 in the last 40 years.
50 people or 50%?
50 people.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So
my question
that would be a problem.
Why is
50%?
I would agree with you.
Why is the Republican Party and Trump going to look for a problem that doesn't exist? Why are they trying to solve a problem that does not exist? It's to scare people. Do you disagree?
What are we listening to? Are you there?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm kind of cutting out. My bad. Do I disagree? Do I disagree that they're trying to find a problem where it doesn't exist?
Right.
No, not necessarily. Because if we can always stop one, a chance to minimize, even one case of fraud, right? And when it comes to having secure elections across our country, then I'm always for making sure the integrity of our elections are secured and up to date with the threats that are always changing, etc.
So you're going to target.
So hold on a second.
40-some million people with legislation for less than 50 people. Who have been found out that they voted by mistake.
Who is being targeted?
The American public.
How are they being targeted? And what way is harm being done to them?
Let's talk about the SAVE Act for a minute.
I thought that's what we're talking about the entire time.
The SAVE Act is targeting women specifically because a woman has to go and get her birth certificate, her marriage certificate, and her divorce decree if she's divorced. And if she's been married multiple times, she has to do that numerous
like 3 times. No,
exactly.
What are you talking about?
So hold on.
If that
Let it finish.
happens, that's an undue burden on her. If somebody has been adopted, they have to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody is trans, they have to have special documentation. My problem with that is that's an undue burden to be able to vote.
But hold on a second.
I'm having to prove.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having to prove who I am through extra documentation that it doesn't take for you to prove.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but what your country makes you do because it's sexist. Come on, spare me. You're saying that we can't secure our elections because you may have to do some paperwork? Really?
Hold on. Brandon,
I think we should just
utterly
make all men.
selfless
We
of
should just
you.
make all men get vasectomies.
Oh yeah. Hey, make women pay $100
Let's
to vote.
make
How about
men.
that?
Let's make men get vasectomies before they vote.
America's so cooked.
Okay. All right.
No, it's almost like a poll tax.
Let me answer it. Let me answer that for you real quickly, okay? So, have you voted?
Yes, I have. The SAVE Act isn't in.
No. I asked you. Have you voted?
Of course.
So you know the process that goes with voting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, what happens in that process? Just for everyone. Like, what, you can't just show up and vote. You can't just show up and show your ID and vote, right? You have to go through a process. What is that process?
You have to register to vote.
Correct. Right. So when you go to register to vote, what are you doing? What documentations are asked of you, and what are you doing in order to be a registered voter?
Generally, you provide a piece of mail, and you provide your driver's license.
Yes, and by the way, it's different in every state, but for the most part, when it comes to identification at the registration part, it is depending on certain documents. Like some states want a birth certificate, some states will want you got this or that, other states this, that, or whatever. But regardless, you still have to prove your identity, right, at the point of registration in order to vote.
Okay. Yeah, why do we have to do it again then? What the fuck?
Because
this is wasting everybody's time and fucking money.
Buddy.
Yeah, money. You have to hire people to go and check all of these fucking documents.
No, you don't.
This is so ridiculous. Yeah, who's gonna check them? Fucking the sky, God?
What documents are you talking about?
Like she's saying, if we have to do all this stupid shit again, where we have to go and people who are divorced are affected, people who have their name changed, who are trans are affected, they have to go back and do all this shit again. It's just fucking dumb, bro.
Yeah, right. B. Those documents are like your birth certificate, your marriage certificate.
We already did it. You just said we already did it.
But B.
You guys only have one brain cell that you all rub between each other?
B. You said that you have to hire people to go get those documents for you, and you have to pay money, which is false because you can go to.
That's not what I said at all. I can't even talk to you. Never mind. It's a skill issue, bro. It's a skill issue. The fucking skill issue. Yes, you did. Are you drunk or something?
No, unfortunately, I'm not.
Listen,
it's not her, it's you. Do you know how much money it costs to get your marriage license if you got married in a different state or a different location? Do you know how much money it costs to get your divorce decree?
I don't even think he knows what conversation we're having, OG, to be fair.
You're paying postage. You're paying postage because you're paying for the convenience of not going there physically to show up to that place and get it in person, which is for free.
Well, how much? Well, wait a minute. How much?
Bodhi has a convenience fee now?
Even if you show up in person, it's not free.
It is. It
You
is.
don't
It
need a
is. It
free
is.
copy of your birth
It is. It
certificate.
is. Yes, it is.
It is not free.
It is. It
You
is.
don't
It
get a
is.
free copy. Quit arguing with me. I know what I'm talking about.
Again, I disagree with you because you can get a free copy of your birth certificate, but if you're getting multiple copies, that's different.
You cannot get a free copy of your birth certificate. It costs money. You have to pay whatever city hall you have to go down to get it.
Well, in my experience, when I went in California to get my documents after a fire,
You're
I didn't have
just
to.
a liar then. I don't know
No,
what to
I
tell
mean
you, bro.
no, but again. So let's go back to the point, right?
Why would I talk with a liar? Why should anyone entertain a liar?
Oh, geez.
What's the fucking point?
The point being is right. You have to have those documents for other things in life, right, and other goods and services to prove who you are, right? That's a fact.
No, you don't. You don't
Yes, you
ever
do.
have. You don't ever have to prove that you are a citizen of the United States of America to do anything else in the United States of America.
Really?
I've never had to prove
When you
that
get
I was married or divorced.
when you apply for SNAP
Also,
and
to
social benefits
you,
and public services, you don't have to.
You don't have to prove you're a citizen. No.
Oh, okay.
I've never had to
you
prove
also
I
only
was
get a free birth
married or
certificate in
divorced.
California if
Okay,
you're
how about
homeless,
this?
by the way.
How about
Like
this?
7 people talking. Just stop. Just stop.
Yeah, how about this? How about this real quick? Okay. All right. You mean to tell me that it takes you? You don't have enough time to gather those documents and make all those arrangements and then
Yeah,
register the vote.
I think you should get a
in
vasectomy before you
the
can
time
vote.
frame before
Yeah, I
election.
still think you should get a vasectomy before you vote.
Jokes on you.
Here's the thing, Al
You've already
Scott,
done
and
it.
I can't
That's
say it
awesome.
any.
It's got to be checked, and if anything happened wrong with it, we'll just have to cut it all off.
Here's the thing, Alice. There are women who have already been registered to vote under a name that's been changed numerous times. There's nothing wrong with their eligibility to vote, and now this potentially will get them off registration lists, and they'll have to do it all over again with all these updated documents. That's what's fucked up about it.
Right. So again, once you get, what's an example of they get kicked off the voter roll?
I just told you. It depends. It depends. They can kick people off voter rolls all the fucking time.
Yeah, what are those reasons?
Aren't you guys the ones who hate the bureaucratic red tape?
They can. They
Yeah,
can.
I want to
They can.
ask
They
you
can.
so
They
badly.
can. They can. They can actually purge all of the voter rolls in the vast majority of the states right before the election. Up to 30 days before the election, they can purge all the voter rolls, and everybody has to re-register.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that is
would you be fine with federal oversight of elections if Dems are in charge?
That is your responsibility. That going into an election, that you are still registered to vote and you're still up to date with everything, so that when you can vote, that's on you.
Do you think it's constitutional to make women go through a different process than men to do that?
Men go through the same process when having to prove their identity. What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Okay, do you have to take your divorce decree with you? Do you have to take your marriage certificate with you? Because your name changed?
No, because my name didn't change. But
Exactly.
the reason why you have to take those documents. The reason why you have to take those documents is because your name has changed.
Right. So the actual original, the thing that he's responding to, the thing that he's responding to that was asked in the first place is how many people have voted that are undocumented in this country, and I think the answer was less than 50 over the last fucking 40 years. Less than 50 undocumented people have voted in the last 40 years in the United States of America, and he wants to go through this entire process to make sure that 50 people can't vote over 40 years.
Even further, again, I'd like to repeat my prior question. Would you be okay with federal oversight of state elections when the Dems are in charge of the country?
Yeah, I don't want I don't. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the Save Act didn't have that. But I do recognize that the Save Act was laying the groundwork for that system to come in place. And I'm against any party trying to centralize national elections against the
Well,
states.
then just
I
as you
like. I like.
fear like DSA Association and Democrats, why do you not see it as a like glaring red alarm with the Heritage Foundations like association?
Didn't I just agree with you that on that point?
Wait. Donald Trump just tried to federalize at least a portion of the voting rights in this country. You get that, right? He got some of it through. He wrote an executive order saying that the federal government needs the voter rolls from each and every state that wants to issue mail-in voters.
For federal elections, yeah.
And you're okay with that?
I mean, honestly, no. I think it should be left to the states 100%.
Then why are we defending like more governmental bureaucracy?
Again, I'm only defending updating and securing our election systems. That's all I'm doing.
Pretty secure, dude.
The de facto matter is you're running
there's way more
governmental bureaucracy that you say you don't support. So are you just like admitting to being a blatant hypocrite of your own ideals, or are you just doing it to follow party lines?
First off, you don't even know what my ideals are. Right now, you're assuming that I'm a Republican and that I'm a.
This had nothing to do with party. I asked what your ideals were leading into. Yeah, I literally asked for your opinion first.
Yeah, and again, I when I gave you my opinion about I don't want a centralized system, you went ahead and said tried to gaslight me and say that I'm doing the latter, which is not true.
No, I'm asking why you're running apologetics for it right now. Like, why are you defending the party that has repeatedly tried to nationalize these processes?
Again, no process has been nationalized.
But you admit there have been repeated attempts, right?
No, I never. No, I never said that.
So, do you disagree with you? But you literally admitted to the voter rolls. Like, the asking of voter rolls was a direct attempt to federalize these processes. So, like, which is it?
Like I said, I disagree with the federal government going into the state's business when it comes to voting.
Unless it involves security, right?
Right, you're right. I do.
So where do we draw the line on what is secure and what isn't?
So this is the thing. This is the reason why. This is the reason why Trump and the feds are forcing states to make their voting rolls public. It's because the states in every state voting laws and stuff like that, right? They have to do a self audit and self purging and self policing of potential fraud and of potential threats, et cetera, and all that jazz, and they're failing to do so. That's the reason why. That's why the feds and Trump are playing that game with the states, right? But I don't believe the states should give up that right, right? But I believe the states need.
You don't believe the states should.
I believe the states need to be. I believe the states need to follow their laws and do their voter base in each state a right. And if they don't. Then it's up to the voters of that state to make that change. It's on them. So again.
Yeah. So at what point? On one hand, you're saying that no, I'm not going to let this drop, and I'm not going to let you rush past this. On one hand, you're saying that you support states' rights to self-autonomy and do not support federalization, and then immediately in that same sentence turn around and say how you support the federalization of elections. So which is it, man? Like,
okay. First off, nothing is being federalized elections here. Nothing.
How are you supposed to enforce states following their laws?
If you were just listening, I just said it. I said it would be done by the people in those states, those voters in those states.
So how is that
again? Ask me the same question. Ask me the same question.
And if the state says fuck off, what happens?
If the state says fuck off to their voters, to their people?
No, to the fucking federal government new rules.
When it comes to the voter rolls?
When it comes to anything. Anything to do with voting whatsoever.
Well, I mean, when it comes to national elections, the federal elections, they have to comply. But again, that has to be done. That has to be done through the legislature.
Who makes them comply? Who makes them comply?
That has to be done through the legislature.
Who makes them comply?
Who makes them comply? That would be the. I'm assuming the legislature would have that power.
Which legislature? The federal or the state legislature?
Wait. No, it's not the state. It's definitely not the state. It'd have to be the feds.
Yeah.
Because if it's a federal law, it's going to have to be the DOJ. If it's the federal law, then it's going to have to be the feds enforcing it. But I don't even know what you're fucking talking about. You're okay with the federal government taking over portions of the voting rights of a state, but not other portions? And you're okay with using federal police, FBI, to come in and enforce those?
First off, I am for, like I said, I am for being people have to prove who they are when they register to vote.
Again, and if the state says fuck off, what happens?
Okay. So if it's the law, then obviously then the feds are going to have to stick the DOJ and whatnot on them for not following that law.
You don't see a problem with that?
Well, I see a problem with it if they're allowing for fraud and abuse and whatnot.
Okay, so then don't fucking play this fucking coy, disgusting little fucking bullshit that you're playing right now, saying you don't want federal government involved in our elections, because you absolutely want the federal government involved in all of our elections. It's fucking stupid.
No, I don't.
You do. You just said you did.
All the federal elections, not the state.
No, all elections. I'm sorry, you don't get to separate between federal and state elections.
Yes, you
the
do.
Voter rolls are the 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 voter rolls.
Okay, again,
every state constitutionally has the right to determine its own elections,
and I'm not against that. But when it comes to the federal, you
are against that.
Federal level.
And as a matter of fact, you're willing to send the FBI in to make sure that it's enforced in the state. That's wild.
Again, if
you're a fucking authoritarian. You want to live in a dictatorship. This is wild.
Wow, yeah, crazy. Anyway, so again, I want states to be able to dictate their system, right? Their system.
No, you don't. You just said you didn't. You wanted the federal government to be in control of that. You just said that.
The only thing I want that I agree with the SAVE Act again is voter ID. That's it. You need to be able to prove who you are, and that system needs to be always updated and always up to date with current threats and all that kind of stuff in that department. Just prove who you are.
Did you just say threats?
Yeah.
To what?
A fraud. People who are voting. People who are voting who are not.
What is a threat though? Like, what does a threat mean?
Holy shit, guys!
With the election, with under 50 people last 40 years.
Were we talking about my?
There were more than that. There were more people that entered the fucking Capitol in the first 15 minutes after they broke the window than that.
I seriously. Okay. You guys want to talk about the?
No, I just want to talk about how you were an authoritarian and you want the federal government to tell everybody how they can fucking vote.
Would you be okay with the Dems sending in FBI's and declaring an election false? Like, would you be okay if Biden did it? Would you believe it if Biden did it?
I'm sorry. What are you talking
about?
If
Biden sent in the FBI and declared a state election fraudulent, would you believe him?
Okay. You're talking about a state election. That's illegal. I don't believe in that.
No, it's a federal election for the presidency, but he declared that state's election fraudulent.
Okay. First off, no, that'll never happen. Some crazy bullshit.
What do you mean it'll never happen? What the fuck?
Notice how you're jumping. Notice how you defend it as though it's talking about your current party, but then when you apply it to Dems, you jump through hoops.
You don't understand. I'm sorry. You don't understand any of this, Alice.
No. Because what you do.
Can we pause for a second, please?
Yeah.
Because for one, you guys are all over talking to each other. Two, our lovely Crosstabs has sponsored a treasure box that is for one viewer to win a month subscription of Superfan, which has super cool stickers. So make sure you guys click or try to get that box. It's about a minute 30 left on the box. It's in the upper left corner above the host. Also, it is past midnight, so please make sure you send your daily heart me. Please tap the live. We still have 58 people here, and yet we still have not reached 50K. So that is ridiculous, guys. Let's be using 3 fingers because that is the most efficient way to get to 50K. Thank you so much, and I am going to bed. Good night.
Thank you. And Radiant, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Oh, no. Radiant, are you there? Do you know you're on the panel? Radiant. All right. I guess I'll drop you. Go ahead. Wait, was that me? What, is somebody going to talk?
Yeah, what was the last question? Yeah.
It was something you didn't understand.
Yeah, because again, I stated before, right? There's a difference between in-state elections and local elections versus the national election, which is just
Yeah.
What we're talking about.
So it's a federal election, a presidential election, where, let's say, for the hypothetical here, Biden declares Florida's presidential vote as fraudulent based on FBI investigations. Would you accept those findings?
Yeah. Again, they have the right to enforce the federal election laws.
That's not what I asked. I asked, would you accept those findings?
Do you want me to answer, or do you want to lay out the answers that are acceptable that I can choose from? What is it?
Go ahead and answer. Just answer the question. Would you believe it? That's my question.
Well, would I believe it? Well, again, if it met all the criteria and is not made up bullshit or the checks and balances that are also behind those same actions are met, then yeah, sure.
House, what is the criteria of you believing the FBI or not? What the fuck are you talking about? He asked you if the FBI under Biden came out and said that the shit was fraudulent, would you believe it or not? What the fuck are you talking about? It's a yes or no.
And the only reason they would be able to go and do such an action is if it was warranted and there is enough evidence, and if there is, then obviously there'd be prosecutions. I'm for that. That's upholding the integrity of election laws. Yes, I'm for that. I'm for that action, 100%.
My God.
So what's bad about that? Is that not the answer you're looking for?
No, it's not. I think that the answer is like yes or no. Would you support Biden in doing this? Would you support Biden in doing this? Yes or no, bro?
Yes, I would support any.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So what are you trying to get a gotcha here?
No,
Whether you support federal.
You should answer the fucking question.
I was kind of just pointing out your reluctance because you flip-flopped on a bunch of stuff here. Like
I didn't flip-flop.
No, you hedged your opinion like 3 or 4 times until you were forced through the Socratic method to refine it to a better, more poignant statement. In which you finally reluctantly said, yes, I would support federal interference in elections.
That's because you guys were asking 27 different questions the same way, so obviously I had to refine it for everyone.
No, you just kept trying to say if. You kept hedging your opinions based on a bunch of criteria because, no, you wouldn't actually innately believe it. But if there's substantial enough evidence, you would, is essentially what you said.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I don't know. I don't think it's.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why is that?
You don't hold the same criteria to the other side. Is what's wrong with that?
Okay, again, I didn't I clearly state that it doesn't matter who's in power, what party this and that, as long as they meet that criteria, then obviously yes, I'm for that.
And then
are you not?
What is the criteria to determine that this was a fair investigation by the FBI? Like, what's your qualifying criteria?
That it doesn't get challenged by the checks and balances on the FBI.
Could you be more specific?
Yeah, the federal government getting sued, and then it get brought to a higher court, and which we have to help delineate and discern all that shit.
Now, let me add another qualifier. Now, if it's Biden and he appoints the head of the FBI the way Trump appointed the head of the FBI, no, that's different. You said the FBI, but imagine Biden appointed. Let me finish. Let me finish, Alf. Thank you. The new qualifier I added was, what if Biden then goes in to appoint his whole FBI head of FBI that happens to be like some random YouTuber? You still trust the FBI then, bro?
Again,
none of this shit happens in a vacuum. None of this happens in a vacuum.
Honestly, if your ultimate checks and balances the Supreme Court, what if, per se, a president were to stack 4 Supreme Court judges who all agree with his opinion?
Okay, again,
I just don't think you have to keep asking these questions.
It's the same question over and over again, and I'm answering it the same way.
Hold on. The SAVE Act is never going to pass because GOP, like Republican voters, would be the most disenfranchised voters. Lots of people who live in New York and California and all of these Democratic states are more likely to have passports and have the money to go get a passport or have the time and attention that they would need to spend to get that paperwork. The people who are going to be most disenfranchised are people who live in rural areas, who have never left the country, who are unlikely to have kept all of their paperwork. Those are the people who are going to be disenfranchised, which is why Republicans will not pass the SAVE Act. They will not pass it in the way that it is now. Because of that reason. Like, it's just not going to happen because it's stupid to try to fix one person who might have voted fraudulently and disenfranchise 100. It's absolutely idiotic.
Okay. Again, that is on the individual voter and to take personal responsibility to take the ample amount of time.
It's never going to pass, House, because the Republicans won't win. They will stop winning elections again, and it is also up to the states. The Constitution is very clear on this. It is very clear that the states have the right to run their elections the way they want to run them. It is very clear that this entire thing that Trump is doing has nothing to do with whether or not people are fraudulent or not, or illegal immigrants or not. It's simply to set himself up to be able to contest the election. That's all it is. That's all he gives a shit about. He doesn't give a fuck about the rules or the laws because this man is fucking stupid and deranged and clearly sick. He doesn't care about whether or not anything is fraudulent or not. He himself is a fraudster. He spends a lot of time pardoning people who have committed fraud. He has done nothing but defraud and defraud and defraud and be corrupt and corrupt and corrupt.
Yeah,
so don't give me any of that.
He's the president who's pardoned the most people accused of fraud ever in American history.
Who's next to repeat the same thing?
I'm just saying that this isn't really worth talking about. You want to talk about something? The GDP's growth has slowed dramatically from quarter 1 to quarter 2, and it's probably only going to get worse. The stock market is being shorted and it's overvalued. We're going to see a huge problem with debt over leveraged debt. We're going to see a huge problem with the fact that there's going to be an energy squeeze. We're going to see huge problems with inflation because of these stupid tariffs. Like, we have so many big problems now because of what's going on with this president. He is the worst president, and Republicans do this every single time. Democrats have to always come in and fucking fix every goddamn economic problem that they create. Every single.
HR, how was your day? I feel like every time I see you at night, you're like the harbinger of death, man. Like, how was
Dude,
I told her that the other
seriously,
day.
Yeah.
I got sent home today for looking exhausted.
And here she is in the middle of the fucking night.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a dip here.
Have you pet the cat?
I do want to say something real quick before I leave the house, if I can.
Hold on, Civics was saying something. What were you saying,
I'm just asking if
Civics?
you pet your cat. Like,
I did. I just brushed her, and she's sleeping next to me now.
Pet the animal.
Oh, you nerd, mute. You gotta mute because you got really bad background noise.
Boost, I just want to say to you, man, like, the whole point of me asking my question is not to get you in a gotcha or some Democrat versus Republican thing. I just want to point out to you how writing this party line or supporting this anti-fraud measure is actively convincing you to betray, like, the core of Americanism. And I want you to stop and think about the amount of different hoops and qualifiers you jump through to try and prevent fraud, and if it's really worth it. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Enjoy your conversations.
Bye.
Well, thank you.
Who is that in the background?
Where are the sirens coming from?
Yeah, thanks for the conversation.
Oh, it's Ash.
Ash, are you sleeping?
Oh, Jesus. Anywho, yeah, I'm really, you know what, that's just the thing. I'm really sick of Republicans constantly talking about voting for Republicans because of the economy, because there is no evidence to suggest that Republicans do well with the economy. And then every single time Democrats have to come in, they can't do anything good. They can't actually move the fucking needle forward. They can't actually do any of that, because they have to spend their entire time fucking cleaning up a goddamn fucking mess every single time we get ourselves into a better spot where growth is better, where we have a chance to heal the economy. They come in and they start a goddamn stupid war. They overspend the money. They screw up all of the social programs that end up actually hurting growth, and they do all of these dumb things, and we just end up in a worse spot.
Yeah, so,
what you guys believe in isn't real. It's not real. None of you guys understand how the economy actually fucking works.
Jesus, all right. I'm not a Republican.
Hello?
Jesus, all right.
If you're a libertarian, even fucking worse.
And again, I disagree because, again, you're over here thinking that you know what's best for other people, and you don't.
No, I know what's best. I know what's best for the economy because I look and understand data and how systems work. I look and see how things actually function at a whole scale. I look and I work in the field and I see how companies function, how labor works, and I see all of these things. And every time Republicans come in, they make it all harder and worse and more difficult for consumers every single time.
Again, to your logic, to what you're talking about, right? Obviously, America disagrees because they keep voting Republicans and they won. So,
yeah, and everything is worse because of it. That's not a real reason. Obviously,
because of people like you, Alf, who don't understand anything, who are fucking swindled so easily.
Well, if the Democrats are so good, then how come they don't stay in office? How come they?
Fuck, America's fucking cooked, bro. You're the average mind. Jesus Christ.
Because of anti-intellectualism, because of the fact that Republicans have been convincing people not to get educated.
That's it. Yeah.
Because they convince people not to read books. They convince people not to understand things, how they really work. They give you lots of false information and misinformation. They participate in disinformation campaigns. You guys are so easily influenced. The amount of times, okay, wait a second, I'm not fucking done. The amount of times I've had to fight someone on here and the piece of information they give me is just Russian propaganda. You guys fall for that shit left, right, and center. Or the amount of times you guys will bring up a fucking source and I'll read it and you guys just haven't understood it. The amount of times I can use your own sources against you is laughable. It is absolutely fucking laughable.
You know how many of you morons called in and asked called a certain hospital that I used to know and asked if you could drink bleach to cure COVID?
Well, the real problem is that ours is like the middle.
Well, here's my question, man.
He's not even the far stupid side.
Here's my question about the COVID thing. So what about that doctor that was supposed to be handling all that shit during COVID, and now he's testifying before Congress?
Yeah, he was appointed by Trump. There you go. That's the problem.
And I believe it was Joe Biden that pardoned him so we couldn't arrest him.
Why did Joe
What's that
Biden, a
doctor's
Democrat,
name?
have to fucking pardon
Oh
that
my
man to protect
god.
him when that
What's that
motherfucker was
doctor's name? What's that
What is
what
your
doctor's
was his
name?
name?
problem, dude?
Sorry, I don't know how to actually pronounce people's names, but I know exactly who
Fauci.
he
You
is.
don't even know who
Yeah.
you're talking
So why?
about. You don't
Okay.
even
So
know who you're
why?
talking
Okay.
You
about.
don't
Oh my
even know
god.
Really?
Fauci's
Okay.
name?
So the man implemented the Fifth Amendment over 50 plus times.
Marcus
First of
Coachman.
all, first of
Yeah.
all,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
is your problem? Like, what is your
You sit
actual
here.
problem?
My problem is that you sit here and you say that
Fauci.
Republicans are ignorant. When you
Yeah, they
sit here
are
and you tell
fucking
people,
ignorant. They are
how are
fucking
we ignorant?
ignorant.
How are we ignorant?
You don't even know how. You don't even
Yeah,
know
how
how
are we ignorant when you guys are the ones that are throwing doctors on
you
fucking
don't.
television and telling
What are
us
you
fucking a
talking
whole
about?
buttload of shit?
Oh my
And
god.
then,
Yeah, but
and
what
then,
is
and then
Rand?
one of the
about,
Democrat
dude?
fucking presidents has to pardon him before we can even arrest him. I find it
No,
Yeah,
very
he's talking about
coincidental that
piracy.
All right, hold
Democrats
on,
are
hold on.
always
Everyone, just
pardoning
stop. Just
criminals.
stop for a
That's
second.
why you guys want to
Lee,
arrest Bill Clinton.
Lee, you're just rambling. Like, what are you actually upset about right now? Because you're talking about Fauci, who served under both. If he was such a big criminal, why didn't Trump fire him or arrest him? He worked under the Trump administration
No,
as
I'm
well.
just my response and the point was, how is she going to sit here and call Republicans dumb and ignorant when Democrats are the ones that are throwing fucking ignorance in our face?
You didn't even know his name. You didn't even
It's
know
just,
his
dude.
fucking name.
Just because I don't know their names doesn't mean I don't know who they are.
The
You know, see, it's
ignorance comes
ironic.
from the ignorance comes from the fact that you don't know how science works because you didn't understand that a novel virus is going to take more than 1 week to understand how it functions. You don't understand how you don't understand.
Why
I'm
is
not
he
fucking done.
then why
I'm
is he
not fucking
having to
done.
testify before Congress or
Listen,
excuse
I'm
me,
not
before
done. I'm not done. Rand Paul is just obsessed with Fauci. He's got his own fucking agenda going on there. The reality is
why did
that
he have to be pardoned?
Operation Warp Speed was Trump's greatest achievement. It was great that we put those vaccines out. Those vaccines worked. That it actually helped the whole situation. All of the social distancing, all of those things were things that needed to happen. The countries that performed the best, that had the least bad outcomes from COVID, are the ones who employed those same fucking things. It's ignorant fucking Republicans who didn't want to just put a goddamn mask on for no fucking reason. You guys are upset about absolutely nothing. Once again,
Here's
you
what
made something up in your head and now you're sad about it. Fucking ignorant.
about that. You want to know what's funny about it? That goddamn doctor that I don't know his name said that there was a whole bunch of bullshit to begin with. So
No,
when did you learn his
you just said. Wait, no,
anything.
you just said that
Yeah, I
he
just
pleaded the fifth.
explained.
No, you just said he pleaded the fifth the entire time. Now you're
Yeah,
changing your
you know
answer.
what? Yeah, you know what's funny? Innocent people don't have to plead the Fifth Amendment.
Okay, well, why don't you go back and look at all of? Hold on,
Trump
guys.
the fifth.
Why don't you go ahead and look at all of the tapes that are of Trump pleading the fifth over and over and over and over again for something much fucking worse,
Can I say
Leo?
one more thing as an ignorant Republican? Can this ignorant Republican just say one more thing? Innocent people do not need to get a presidential pardon.
Jack Sixers were
Okay.
the fuck, dude. Oh god.
Okay.
Fuck, dude.
Let's
Fucking
talk about
dumbass,
all
dude.
the people that Donald Trump has
J6?
pardoned then.
He's
Yeah,
pardoned the
All of the
most people out of
J6
any
people.
president.
J6
Yeah, out of
people?
any
All of the
president. He's
fraudsters. Like, come on, dude. That's such a
all of
dumb
Bro,
fucking
the.
argument.
there were several people who admitted to being a conspirator to the January 6th, and they still got pardoned. What are you talking about?
And there were pedos, dude.
Oh, let me ask you this.
Trump himself, your Lord and
okay.
Savior,
Did you
pled
guys
the fifth to
you didn't hear what I
sexual
said?
assault over and over and over again, and you still voted for him. He got charged with 34. He got convicted of 34 counts of fraud, and you still voted for him because you're fucking ignorant.
Hey, well, can I ask you a question again, ma'am? So those J6ers that Trump pardoned, yeah. So they were in prison because they were found guilty. Because innocent people, again, are not having to be found pardoned. Because innocent people do not need a pardon. Do you understand
What
that?
the fuck are you talking about?
Again, why would that doctor who is not wrong about anything need a presidential pardon before having to appear before a congressional hearing?
Why did
about how
2,500 people need a pardon for J6? 2,500 people needed a pardon for J6. What are you talking
because
about?
they were guilty of a crime. In order to get a pardon, they had to commit a crime.
And then Trump pardoned them, right?
Yes, meaning that this person, this doctor, appearing before the Congress or whatever, is guilty of something.
Okay, dumb shit. Okay, dumb shit.
No,
okay, dumb
that's
shit.
not the reason.
Wait,
that
hold
he
on,
got the
hold on. It
pardon.
doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter whether he's guilty or not. You can't find him guilty of any of those fucking crimes. So what the fuck is it? What are they forcing? Wait, I said it doesn't fucking matter. Shut up. You need to shut up. Seriously. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's guilty or not.
He literally pardoned people that within a week of them being pardoned got put back in jail for assaulting women and child pedophilia. So I don't want to fucking hear it about ignorance on our side. We did a preemptive pardon simply because we knew how fucking stupid that the Republicans are, that they would go after someone for no fucking reason. And we were fucking right, weren't we?
Can I ask you just an overall question? Wouldn't it behoove probably both, us to not vote for a side that's ignorant, period?
I think it would behoove us not to vote for pedophiles. I would like that.
Yeah, you're right. But here's the crazy thing. Here's the fucking crazy thing. Most of those people, those P3DOs, yeah, those are in the Democrat Party. In fact, you guys are receiving what we would consider.
Oh my God! Do you want me to start pulling up the amount of Republicans who have courted 16-year-olds?
Yeah. And then I want you. Hold on.
Like just recently.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem that you're going to come up with, though, because all those times that Trump was mentioned in those files, he was a registered Democrat.
Oh my God!
That's why all his friends, that's why all his friends like Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates, all those people, those are all registered Democrats.
Okay, Leo, who was Trump's first pick for attorney general? Top cop in this country, the person who's going to oversee our laws and prosecute criminals in this country. Who was his first pick?
I don't know, but I find it very interesting.
Are you fucking kidding me? You don't know?
Dude, I'm sorry.
Anyone on the panel, civics?
So,
Lee, it was fucking Matt Gaetz, but hold on, stop. Lee, just stop for a second. Lee, stop for a second. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna try to talk in your terms. Like you're getting cut from JV, and this is like a varsity squad. Like it's bad.
It's bad, bro.
W fucking civics.
Well, let me ask you this. RFK, that guy that you're all making fun of? Yeah, before he was entered into Donald Trump's cabinet, wasn't he not the 2024 presidential candidate for the Democratic Party, and that he was running for the nomination for the Democratic?
He was not the nominee. He was not the nominee.
No. But see, here's what's funny. Again, a Democrat who is now going on, TV saying autism's whatever, all these dumb shit. All this ignorance is coming from your party.
Okay, but here's the thing, Leo. All of these really dumb fucking Democrats are all switching sides to be dumb fucking Republicans because that's the only side that would ever fucking vote for them. That's the only side that would ever accept them is the dumb, ignorant Republicans. We would never. They would get voted out of our party. So they have to leave and come to yours. They have to leave and come to yours. They have to leave and come to yours. Because you guys are dumb enough to vote for a pedophile.
I honest to God at this point think your party is coming over to mine and trying to sabotage it. Because let's think about it. You guys
nice. That is not a nice pretty story.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
Hold on. Let's go through your history. Let's go through your
wild shit.
Let's go through your history.
Leo, what does the GOP stand for?
Hold on. Jefferson Davis was a registered what? Jefferson Davis was a registered what? Jefferson Davis.
What does the GOP stand for?
Jefferson Davis was a registered.
He was a Democrat. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
you don't know.
So
where was Jefferson Davis from?
Where
was he from? Hey, where was he from?
Where was he from? Yeah. Louisiana.
No, Virginia, you dumb fuck.
Oh, well, excuse me, I'm sorry, but Louisiana, especially New Orleans, was the capital of the Confederacy, was it not?
Richmond was.
Oh, it was Richmond, Virginia, dude.
Wrong again. Yep, wrong again.
Oh, it was Richmond, Virginia. That's why the Civil War Museum is in Richmond, dude.
Sorry, you're wrong.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm not. I lived in Richmond. Like, I know that it like
I'm
Monument
from
Avenue's.
Virginia.
Like,
It's
what are
well
you talking
known.
about?
Okay, hey, where did Lee surrender?
Now, can we go
Where did
on?
Lee sign the surrender?
Hey,
Come
can we
on.
move on now? Are you gonna
No.
try to get? No,
Where did
I've
Lee
already made my
surrender?
point. I've already made that point.
You haven't made a point, Leo.
Jefferson
You haven't
Davis
made a
was a
point.
Democrat. The first Confederate president who wanted to keep the slave were Democrats. Okay, so who was majority of Congress when the 19th Amendment passed?
Let's just
Republicans,
make
right?
let's just make things really easy.
Republicans, right?
Hey Leo,
Right.
can you show me all the Confederate flags at the Harris rally?
Do what?
The Confederate flags. Can you show me the pictures of them at the Harris rallies?
Mm-hmm. No, I probably can't. I don't go.
Well, why?
What does it matter?
Well, it's almost like the party switched.
Well, no, it's really not because.
Well, I can show you images of Confederate flags at Trump rallies.
Yeah, of course you can.
So why are all those Democrats voting for Trump?
Hold on, Civic. Just like, hold on. Let me. Just like, again, I can show you some stupid ass Democrat that's in a Republican cabinet. So just because
What point are you making?
Just because a Democrat is claiming to be a fucking Republican doesn't make them a fucking Republican. Just like those fucking ignorant ass racists at Trump rallies that are claiming to be Republicans doesn't make them actually Republican.
Are you serious? Do you actually believe that?
No,
it makes them conservative, Leo. It makes them conservative. That's who always opposed.
Is it fun to talk
My
to like
party
a
is better than
second
yours.
grader? Is it fun to talk to a
It's
second
really
grader?
not. I don't even think you'd make freshman football there, Leo. Everybody makes freshman football.
I don't think you make friends in freshman football, to be honest. I don't know if anyone would even like talking to you because I'm not enjoying it, to be honest.
He's gone. I mean, come on. I was completely proving my point there. Fucking ignorant as shit.
Oh, it's because of fucking idiot. That might be the stupidest person I've heard talk on here yet.
Okay, that was a fun little aside. I just wanted to make a quick point for Oust. Oust, listen, we know each other. We go up on the Libertarian Lives and whatnot. I heard your talking points before. Do you know what this? Do you know what this chart is?
Wait, hold on. Crouch tabs?
Yeah, what's up, dude? What's up?
I'm sorry.
You can't see?
Sorry, man. What's up, dude? I haven't talked to you in a while, but yeah, I apologize.
It's been a while.
I didn't hear what you were saying in the beginning. I apologize.
Okay, my bad. Here, we go on Libertarian Lives a bunch. Do you know what this chart is? This is from the Fred. You know what this is? You were just talking about the economic boom and the wins of the Trump administration. Do you know what this chart is?
Part of libertarians leaving.
I can't see them.
No, this is manufacturing jobs since the day Trump was elected in November, and here we go to January, and here we go the rest of the year. Is that going up or down? Where are we going here?
Obviously, what I can see is trending down. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Obviously, it's down.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So these policies,
what was the timeline again?
These timeline was from November of 2024.
Okay.
To today.
Okay.
That's the trend. Okay. So all of these policies that makes Trump an economic genius, right? He's going to bring manufacturing jobs back to America. Has not come to fruition. We have continued to lose manufacturing jobs month after month after month after month. Because guess fucking what? His policies suck.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they're terrible.
So why do you support it? Why do you say to people that economically he was the right choice?
No, I never said that he was economically the right choice to the people. When I was talking to Heuristic earlier, I was saying that she was saying that she works in industry, she has the education, she's in tune with what's going on, and she sees this and that, and she doesn't understand why people are voting the opposite and yada yada yada. And all I was saying was well, I guess people disagree disagree with what your views are.
They
Right, but
disagree.
if you say that, if you say that Harris would have been a disaster,
They don't disagree with my views. House, they don't disagree with my views. They disagree with the facts. They disagree with what really happens. They disagree with what would actually be better for the country. That's what they disagree with. They don't disagree with my opinions on this. They disagree with the actual data that supports what I am saying. I'm not just spouting off an opinion. I am telling you what the data supports, what policies have actually worked in the past, and how they actually make the world better and make our country better and give people, normal people, a better fighting chance in a very, very difficult and competitive economy. And Republicans fuck that up every single time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The data supports that.
I know.
And people vote against their own interests because of disinformation and misinformation, because of ignorance, because of the fact that they don't understand the economy. They are peddled against themselves for the betterment of a few people, and most of them turns out they're all fucking pedophiles too. They don't win morally. They don't win economically. They just don't win.
I'm trying not to interrupt you.
Alice, do you want me to bring up the deficit numbers too? Because we can look at that as well.
No. First things first is, I haven't supported Trump ever since he's was supporting that big beautiful bill, and that thing got passed. That's when all my support for Trump going forward has stopped. And I've never supported the Republican Party either.
To be fair,
so
we're no longer talking. Wait, I'm sorry, HR. Give me one second. I'm so sorry, HR. I love you to death. Oust. To be fair, we are no longer about supporting Trump.
Love you to death.
I love you to death, but I'm throwing you under the bus, HR. No, okay. Just last question. I'll drop. I'll make space. But Oust, we're not talking about. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm being aggressive. It's not like me. I know.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Stop.
Oust. We're not talking about supporting Trump. We're talking about talking shit about Harris and the Democratic agenda. Like you can't, out of one side of your mouth, you can't say that the Democrats would be terrible for the economy and then turn around and say, well, I voted for Trump and he's terrible for the fucking economy.
But yes, I can. And again, I don't regret my vote because I don't think the Democrats and Harris would have done any better. You forget I'm an American.
With no data. With no data.
That's the thing. Nothing supports that. Nothing supports that opinion. That opinion is just some fairy tale in your head. There's nothing that supports that, because every Democratic policy every Democratic president we've had has increased, has made.
You know what's best.
No, every Democrat has made the economy better by metrics that I can measure, that I can look at, by data, by actual quality of life metrics, has made people's lives better. Democrats have done that. And you're saying clearly Trump hasn't done that, but I'm not going to vote for Democrats, even though there's data to support that they did do that. That doesn't make any sense, Oust.
What doesn't make any sense is
insane way.
No. What your point doesn't make sense is if Democrats were so good on their policies and stuff, then why did the Republicans get voted in again?
How many times do I have to explain it to you?
Again, we're arguing about my opinion, and my opinion is clearly I've clearly stated that both sides. Yes, I voted for Trump to try and fix the bullshit. Obviously, he didn't, so I don't support going further. Right. But then here again, you are saying that I'm voting against my interest because you know what's best for me, right?
I'm telling you what the data supports. I'm not telling you what's best for you as an individual. I'm telling you what has made sense. I am telling you what the data supports.
Your personal analysis on the data with your background and your profession, this and that, right, is supporting that your opinion that these policies are the best, and I'm just countering it with, well, a majority or the people who voted in the Republicans disagree with that. So, yeah.
Alice, I'm gonna tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me use a line from an artist.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait. Let me just use a line from an artist real quick. If your record goes platinum, it's got nothing to do with luck. It just means that 1 million people are stupid as fuck. So yeah, there's a lot of stupid fucking people out there, bro.
Yeah, and it's not against the law to be. It's not against the law to be stupid. Unfortunately, I'm right there with you.
Oust. They didn't vote mathematically. Your party did not vote for economics. They voted for fucking deporting immigrants.
I don't have a party, brother.
Okay, fair enough. Fine. The people who voted for Trump didn't do it out of mathematics or economics. They did it out of fear and emotion because we saw what happened in Trump 1. Okay, we saw that he increased the deficit by a fuck ton. Okay, so if anyone voted to make a better economic output or a future, like all they did was say, I'm going to put more fucking debt on my kids' credit cards. That's what they voted for.
Exactly. Well, I didn't vote for that, but that's when that ended up transpiring, and that's why I don't support Trump going further. But again, crosstabs. That's great. That's great and all that stuff. That's bad. So now what? Now is your opportunity to start convincing voters like me to vote for your side, your policies, instead of just bitching about how evil people were for voting for what's going on. Start talking about voting for you, not this. Oh, we were right all along, right? Otherwise, if you're right all along, then you would have won all along.
Dude, you're just crying. You're just crying. You're wrong, and you're like, why are you telling me that
the
you're
thing
right?
is, Alice, would it work to convince you if I showed you exactly what happens when you vote for Democrats in the economy? If I showed you the data that shows how we actually try to, we actually improve most economic metrics, how we actually increase better quality of life for people, how we actually increase the amount of people who are on health insurance, how we actually do all of those things.
It wouldn't do anything.
Like, that's the thing. It wouldn't. I don't think that it would work to tell you that. I don't think you would vote based on those things. I think you would still vote based on the ideas and concepts of what Republicans stand for and not what they do. That's the problem. Republicans, when they campaign on a lot of promises, a lot of simple fucking solutions to complicated ass problems. And Democrats don't do that. They're trying to solve these actual problems, and the actual solves to these problems are complicated. They're going to take time. They're going to require patience. And that's not an easy thing to sell, but Republicans will sell you snake oil all fucking day long for your vote. And a lot of people are tired, and a lot of people are working, and a lot of people don't have the time and energy and expertise to figure that out on their own. So Republicans take advantage of that, and that's what ends up happening.
Who has the crickets? Thank you.
Oh yeah, that was pretty loud. Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I think our best bet. Hey, I'll just vote for Chase Oliver. Just vote for the Libertarian.
Hell no.
Yeah, do that. Do that instead. Please do that instead.
No,
but listen, Oust, listen. If we're gonna pull out the credit card and ask our kids to pay for it, we can either charge to our account, we can charge bombing fucking brown people in Iran, or we can charge universal fucking healthcare where 45,000 people in this country don't have to die every year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm for stop doing all that bullshit overseas and wars, paying for other countries, propping up other regimes around the world. I'm tired of hurting, man, in America, just like everybody else, and I'm willing to sit at the table. But if you're going to have these preconceived notions and biases that I'm an evil human being, then what's the point? Well, I'm just saying.
I didn't say that. Wait, my friend. Wait, hold on 1 second. I didn't say that, Oust. I didn't say that.
No, crosstabs. I didn't mean that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you like that. I'm kind of just glazing over like what happens, when it was very hard. It was very hard to level with people because they have so much emotion built up about you're an evil person because you voted for Trump and Trump's evil, yada yada yada. So again, are we trying to solve problems, or are we just on here for entertainment?
No, we're trying to explain to you that you don't know what you're talking about. It just takes a little humility, bro. It just takes a little humility to say, "Oh, okay, you guys are right. Actually, sorry."
Oh, okay, yeah.
But you can't. You just want to defend the position of a fucking pedo.
Jesus Christ, dude, where have you been?
I'm just saying.
I've been here. I've heard you on so many lives saying the same stupid shit, and you are a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I gotta tell you, you're just dumb.
I'm just saying. Hold on, Ash. What we're saying is the solutions. The solutions, Oust. Hold on, Oust. Hold on. The solutions The solutions are difficult. They're not easy, especially now. We are really in the hole now. Like, it's going to take us a long time to figure out what to do about the economy that we're about to face. Like, it is bad. It's looking bleak, but there are solutions there are solutions that can be had. One is to relieve some of the pressure that's on the working class. And there's only one party that's offering real solutions for that. And that's the Democratic Party. They're offering real solutions to reduce the burden off of the working class by increasing some of the burden onto the wealthiest people in this country. And there are multiple ways that we can do that. And we have to do that. We have to start regulating companies so that they stop gouging people. We have to regulate, and we have to make sure that we're doing right by the environment. There's only one party that is offering real solutions to those very complicated problems and not making them worse. And that is the Democratic Party. And you have to be willing to look at those solutions. You have to be willing to see how they can actually be better. You have to look at the historical examples. And you have to be willing to be wrong about Republicans.
Okay. Well, again, I'm not voting for Republicans going forward either because, again, I don't think they have any solutions.
Don't.
So Republicans and Democrats have any solutions. What is the solution?
I didn't. You kind of broke up there.
So, okay, Alice, that is a good question. What would be your solution to the problems that we're currently facing in the economy? Yeah.
My solution would be, obviously get government out of the way in a lot of areas and a lot of aspects. Stop getting involved being the world's police. But I know that's that's dealing with foreign policy, et cetera. Like a lot of things
There's too much.
A lot of things.
Yeah, but that's the problem right now.
Hold on a second. How about we do this?
Consolidation is a problem right now.
How about we do this? Let's take one issue. Let's take immigration issue. Okay. My solution to solve immigration is to solve the core issue of the immigration process, which is our broken system. Obviously, that needs to be updated. That needs to be refined. That needs to be.
No, I want your solutions about the economy, not about immigration.
Sure, the economy, great. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's see. I want the government to have less regulations. I want the corporations and big businesses not allowed to have access to use government as a tool for their personal gain. So limit the access of government in that aspect. And then also I want to end a lot of subsidies in certain industries that only benefit certain major players in those industries. I mean, shit.
Okay, so right there. Oh, no. That's one solution. Let's just talk about it.
There's a big one. There's a big one that affects all of us, and you should agree. You should agree to this, Heuristic, because of your background and what you do. All right, you should agree to this big wholeheartedly. That we should have better monetary policy, i.e., the government stop spending or stop borrowing money that they don't have and spending it, which contributes to our inflation and the loss of the buying power. Because that right there is what hurts everybody, no matter your politics in the economy. And you should agree with that 100%.
Okay.
That's a big solution right there. That would do a lot of good for then a lot of very very quickly, I might add. Is that not a solution? You can disagree, but why? Why do you disagree with that? With my
Sorry,
solution?
I think I cut out for a second.
Oh, my bad. I'll shut up.
While HR is dealing with her shitty fucking liberal leftist live service, getting a better cell phone, why is illegal immigration so bad? Like, I understand you want to deal with it, but like, what is the negative impact it has on you?
Illegal immigration?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, man. Let's start from all the preventable harm that is done.
What harm?
The harm that is done to American citizens by illegal immigrants via crime. Listen, no, hold on. He's asking me. And I know what you're about to say, Civics, and I'll address that because that's a point of contention for you, and I respect that that is a concern for you. Okay, and I'm just gonna say why I disagree with it. Okay, right? Just because the citizen population obviously does more crime and does more harm in general than illegal immigrants that does harm, right? That is still harm that is being done that can be preventable, and it should be stopped. And that, do you just
okay. I do disagree. I do disagree with because mathematically you're just wrong here. Here's why. Because if you already agree that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate, while also understanding that they are victimized at a higher rate, technically speaking, from a mathematical perspective, from a mathematical perspective, undocumented immigrants being in this country, I'm not advocating for this, I'm just saying this is mathematically correct. Undocumented immigrants being in this country because they are victimized at a higher rate make you safer. Because they are more likely to be a victim than you. And so if they're here, you are less likely to be victimized. Again, not agreeing, like not saying this is a good thing. I'm just saying this is mathematically true.
Yeah, again, I understand that point, but I disagree. And the main contention with the point that I just addressed, right, with the dick measuring contest between the harm and harm reduction, et cetera, right? Enforcing our immigration laws to mitigate illegal immigrants coming in and the potential harm from that subset, however small it is, right? It could be preventable. How is that bad? How is it bad?
The only way you can get to that determination is by eliminating in your mind the victimization rate of undocumented immigrants.
We're not listen. We're talking about the harm that is done to American citizens.
Yeah, I'm telling you it's less. I'm telling you it's less because undocumented immigrants exist in our population. You're welcome.
But again, okay. How about this? Because you don't understand that point, you disagree with that point. How about I address dude? Shut the fuck up.
Well, no, you're not proving your point.
Hold on.
Whoa, you can't say that, bro. You can't say that.
Before we go into that, I'm just gonna say this because I'm gonna go to bed after this. The problem with deregulation, Oust, is that these companies don't do the right thing ever. The fact that there's been so many acquisitions, so many companies just coming together, like mergers and acquisitions that have been not contested by the government. Because of this, we're seeing more price gouging. We are seeing worse labor conditions. We are seeing a worse like products in general being produced. We're seeing shrinkflation. We're seeing so many fucking things happening because of the lack of regulation. All of that summed up with the fact that the environment is paying the biggest price for that now. We have to have more regulation, not less. We have to have smarter regulations. And the thing is like, it's hurting the economy. It's hurting the workers, and it's hurting people who work within those companies as well as their consumers. That very first thing you're saying about deregulation is one of the worst problems we have with Republicans and why our economy is doing so poorly. Thank you. I'll be here tomorrow, guys. Bye, guys.
Bye. Mojo, did you just miss that or something? Why'd you let that slide?
What slide?
He just said to someone, "Shut the fuck up."
Ooh.
Oust.
I did.
Just told someone to shut the fuck up.
It was the other dude, wasn't it?
No, I said shut the.
Yeah, he did. No, Oust did.
Yeah. What's the punishment?
I didn't hear Oust say that, but generally I drop you for saying it, but.
Well, do I have to will I be able to come back up?
Yeah, but you're fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well,
to be fair,
please don't do it again. Or you can go if you want. I mean, I'm not holding.
Well, listen. How about this? I apologize. For breaking the rules.
Thank you.
And losing my temper. Anyway, to your point, cross tab again about the harm the harm and the hate that that is.
I'm just gonna torture all of you guys.
The harm
I can't be tortured more than I already am.
The harm that illegals, undocumented immigrants face when they come into this country for their status or whatever it is, right? Again, that would also be reduced and preventable if we were enforcing those laws, would it not?
No, dude. What I'm telling you is, if you have two different cities, two different communities, both have 100,000 people in the population. In one city, it's 100% American citizens. In the other city, there's 10% undocumented immigrants. You're going to find a victimization rate of 10% across the board. In one city with no undocumented immigrants, 10% of American citizens are going to be victimized. In the other city, it's going to be 9% of American citizens victimized. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that, again, I'm not advocating for this. I don't agree. However, mathematically speaking, you're going to have less victimization of United States citizens because they exist. And it's shitty that they get victimized, but they do. And that actually makes you safer by having them in your community. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, so again, at what point at what point when I said that like the harm that is done to American citizens by undocumented immigrants can be preventable if the laws were
because as shitty as it is, they're taking more brunt than they're adding in terms of victimizing American citizens. Sucks, but sorry, that's the math.
I'm not arguing the math.
Then you understand. Then you understand when undocumented immigrants exist, American citizens are safer.
I'm not arguing the math per se with that little analysis there. My argument is we can prevent American citizens from being harmed by enforcing the laws. That's the contention.
I'm literally telling you that you can't.
Wait, can I chime in?
And that's the disagreement. That's the disagreement right there.
Wait, can I chime in? Because non-documented people commit the least amount of crimes statistically.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
So, like, what the rate of crime goes up after every generation of children are born in the U.S. It's called the assimilation paradox.
Bro, I'm first generation American. Tell me about it.
Yeah, and so your children would be more likely to commit crimes than you would, and their children would be 4 times more likely.
Not if you raise them right. Crime is a choice.
That's not what that's about. It's not about how you raise them. It's about assimilation. That's why it's called the assimilation paradox, because there's a lot that happens when children leave the house that you have no control over. And a lot of it has to do with with the environment kids are trying to adapt to, peer pressure, whether that's with, experimenting with substances, whether that's alcohol or schmugs, or if that's just like different types of behavior, like that looks different for, men versus women or etc. But so that has nothing to do with how you raise your children. It's about the process of assimilation into American society.
Okay, we totally pivoted on that one. Crosstabs. I'd like to address that a little later, but I want me and Crosstabs to finish real quick for everyone's sake.
Well, it's just that you're correlating crime, like you're talking about wanting to make Americans safer from undocumented people, but it's a non-issue that's afactual, because undocumented people commit the least amount of crime. So you should focus on crime in America that has nothing to do with undocumented people.
Well, it really does matter. It really does matter to those Americans that were harmed by those people.
No, you guys are just trying to scapegoat people for systemic problems.
So again, at what point does illegal immigrants committing harmful crimes or doing harm against American citizens? What's the acceptable number for that to be an actual issue to where that should be addressed?
You're acting like there's more crime that happens to American citizens because of undocumented immigrants. I'm telling you that you are less likely to experience it because they exist in our community.
I'm not talking about American citizens committing crime. I'm talking about
no. Victimization. You're pretending like American citizens are more likely to be a victim of a crime because undocumented immigrants exist. I'm telling you, mathematically, you are more safe. From a probabilistic standpoint, you are more safe by having them in the community because, unfortunately, again, I'm saying this for the fourth time, they are more likely to be victimized than you.
Wait, hold up.
No. Cross tabs. Tell that to the people and the Americans who live on the border.
Oust.
Who live on the border and in those communities where they have those those rates of harm done.
I'm one of those people who've lived close to the border. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, nobody in San Isidro is talking about being, victims of crime from Mexico. Like, this is just a scapegoating tactic. But like, again, like, historically, right? When we had more, wait, let me finish my point. No, let me finish my point. Historically, when we had the most amount of immigrants, we had less crime than we do today. We have less crime now than we have in history. Like, if you look at the 70s, crime was far worse than it was now. If you go to like the turn of the century and before, where we had a lot of immigrants coming from, Europe, Asia, Latin America, the crime was much lower. I mean, like, the crime has gone down a lot, and we have far more immigrants coming to the United States because we have more access to transit, whether through airfare or whatever. We have a lot of people coming from all over the world, but crime is like lower now than it's ever been. So, like, would you say that that's correlated with immigration, the decrease of crime? Like, I'm curious.
I have no idea if immigrants are more immigrants, whatever their status is, contributes to lessening the crime in our society. I don't know that answer.
You just don't like brown people, or like what? Are we doing
again? Here we go. Like really, dude.
No, like, that was a genuine question because, if none of your, and this isn't a moralistic argument. I'm just,
it is moralistic. You just asked me if I don't like brown people. So
where was the moral? I didn't say that was good or bad. I'm just saying
Oust isn't even an American citizen. He's not even an American citizen. What the fuck are you even talking about?
If you have to ask someone that if they like brown people or not, that in itself is bad. Don't you agree?
If you feel that is, like, you could assert that. I'm just saying if none of the statistics show that increased immigration has correlated with increased crime, and they actually show the opposite of that, I'm curious, like, what inspires you to think that immigration's related to crime? Like, what's linking that for you?
Oh, I don't know, the crime that is committed, like violent crime that is committed on by illegal immigrants against American citizens, because they exist. That exists.
So,
that's
like,
real.
the propaganda.
What are the numbers? He just fucking explained to you that is a lower number than the amount of aggressive incidences with American citizens. So what are you talking about? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sick of hearing the same fucking thing over and over again. He just explained to you that if we have more immigrants, statistically speaking, we have less crime because, on average, by statistics, that there are less crimes created by immigrants than they are Americans. So, what is your point? Oust. That was directed towards you. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Because you're a fucking idiot. You don't believe statistics. You don't believe math. You're fucking dumb.
Hold on. Hold on. House. There's a Texas study. Okay, hold on. There's a Texas study you should read. This is Texas, a border state. That. What I was talking about was exactly what Ash was saying. Is that because of the probabilistic nature of crime victimization, you are safer because there are more undocumented immigrants. And there is a Texas study that proves it. And by the way, I believe Texas is on the border. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I'm not a geographic expert, but I do think that
they're
Texas
down
is
there.
the
They're
border.
down there somewhere. Yeah.
Let's just be honest here. A couple of things. If you're undocumented, first and foremost, you know that you shouldn't be in the country. You're gonna lay low.
Mm-hmm.
Laying low are things like keeping to themselves, driving the fucking speed limit so they don't get pulled over, and just abiding by the laws. They're usually not the ones to break it because they can get kicked out at any fucking moment. Secondly, we're talking about legal immigration now with immigrants. They're usually family oriented and try to, again, keep to themselves. Because I don't know if your parents are fucking immigrants or not, but the point is that they don't feel like they fit in, so they try to keep to themselves for the most part, or find their own fucking community. That's not where you're finding crime. It's a fucking boogeyman that you guys are scared of because it taps in to the racism you guys didn't fucking know that you had in you, or the ones that or the ones that know that they're fucking racist and they're appealing to them anyway. That's it.
Well, and it's easier to point to a group of people that speak a different language or have a different culture than you, regardless of what they look like, right? It's easier to point at the others and otherize them and blame them for the problems within your community than it is to take personal accountability for the failure in society, because nobody likes being accountable for the problems. They want to take credit for success, but nobody wants to take credit for failure. So instead of looking at education rates, instead of looking at how crime correlates with defunding of schools, like areas where they have defunded schools, closed schools, the crime goes up. And then instead of funding education, what do? They want to double down on policing those communities. Which, funding more police doesn't prevent crime. That's why preventative crime and, recidivism studies are like really important. And so instead of just like pointing at, the brown people or the people who speak a different language or come from a different country or whatever, who practice a different religion than me, instead of just blaming them for the problems within society, like maybe we should look at the actual statistics, get out of our feelings, and make a data-driven policy. Like, holy shit. Imagine being like data-driven instead of like being driven by like our implicit and explicit bias. That would be something.
Yeah, you mean like seatbelts? Like how we were oh, people should wear seatbelts because they're gonna save lives, and everyone's like, I'm mad about it, but then they wore the seatbelts because their cars started dinging when they didn't wear their fucking seatbelts, and everyone wears seatbelts, and now we have far less unalivings because people wear seatbelts. Wow. What are the fucking chances that the statistics were right on that? I don't know. Fuck me.
Wait, Ash, somebody in the chat had something really insightful to add. James70JJ commented, data is not always the truth. So I wanted to remind everybody of that today.
Okay, yeah, data can be manipulated, sure. That is true.
House,
let me try.
Data.
Okay, well, my name is fucking Crosstabs. I'm going to trust data. Aus, listen, let me, I know. Okay, fine, fair enough. Aus, let me try a different way here. Okay. I'm going to throw out a random number. This is not the real fucking number, but like, let's just go with me down this line. If there are 100,000 crimes committed...
Crosstabs, unless you have crayons, he's not going to understand.
No, hold on. That's not fair. I mean, listen, like, I disagree with Oust, but like, I've been around, like, he's... Generally speaking, he is usually good faith. I've seen him in a fuck ton of libertarian lives.
Good faith and smart are two different things. But continue.
I understand. I'm listen. Like I I'm glad he's here. He wants to have these discussions. We need these discussions. So, Oust, here's my question. Let's pretend there's 100,000 crimes a year committed by U.S. citizens against undocumented immigrants. Is it your supposition that if we had 0 undocumented immigrants here, that those 100,000 crimes by the U.S. citizens wouldn't be committed? Maybe not all of them, but isn't there a certain number that would still be committed and they would have to find victims of those crimes?
Yeah. So again, like I said, I never said that if there are less undocumented immigrants in our society, that American citizens will commit less crimes. That's not what I said from the very beginning. The whole point that I'm arguing, and it is the pretty much the crux of the whole thing about undocumented immigrants committing crime against American citizens. Right.
Go ahead.
If you were to enforce the immigration laws, you can prevent a number. You may not be able to prevent all of it, but you would probably be able to prevent a number of those crimes not being committed.
I understand.
Okay. Do you understand? Because that has been my whole argument. That has been my whole argument this entire time.
Yes, I understand. You're not seeing my point, which is that
I see your point, but I see your point, but I disagree with your point. I that's not my argument. My argument is to prevent harm from harm to American citizens. I don't believe that undocumented immigrants in America makes Americans commit more crime. Even if the crime is against undocumented immigrants, and if crime is being committed against undocumented immigrants, but we can prevent that by enforcing the laws and not having so many of them in there.
Okay, we're not talking about law enforcement. We're talking about the crime happening in the first place. Okay, and listen.
Crosstabs. At what point?
Crosstabs. God bless you.
Crosstabs. At what point in this conversation were we not talking about this in the first place?
We've been talking about this from the jump. In that, American citizens, number one, perform more crimes, victimize undocumented immigrants at a higher rate, and if that undocumented immigrant population went away, then more crimes would be committed against American citizens. Mathematically speaking, there's no way around that without faking the math.
Okay. I don't know how to like whether that's true or not. I don't know. But
that's why you should honestly, seriously, you should read the text of study. Read the text of study.
You don't have to know.
Just have numbers in front of you. You're going off your feels.
If you're concerned about the numbers he's telling you, just look them up real quick, bro.
Holy shit! Holy shit! How can I make it more clear? My contention here. It's not with that. It's not about American citizens committing more crimes or not. My contention is about preventing harm and crimes done against, like violent crimes, like murder, all kinds of stuff against American citizens. Does that not? No, hold on.
Are you trying to like school shootings?
Hold on. Wait, I understand what House is saying. I think I get you.
No, maybe you do crosstabs, but does everybody understand that?
If I put it in a different way, I think other people will also get it. So I think I see what you're saying here. Okay, so number one.
Wait, I don't understand what other way you can put it because does that not exist?
Let me try.
Do they not think that like these cases, this harm that is done is fake? It's a lie.
Let me try. Here's what I'll say. If we had 0 undocumented immigrants in this country, the total number of crimes would go down. That is true.
Jesus Christ.
However, if that happened, then the total number of across the board, the total number of crimes committed against the U.S. population on a percentage basis would go up. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Great, but again, We're trying to prevent harm that is done to American citizens by undocumented immigrants, right?
Okay, but why is it only by undocumented immigrants? Why not by everybody?
Exactly. We should be trying to prevent harm from everyone.
We should just get rid of pools.
I agree, and I
Hey,
agree.
Alice, more Americans unalive from pools. We should just get rid of them.
Wait, but also
that's true.
Wait, I have a couple. I have a couple.
All right. Never mind.
I have one question. Okay, so in 2023, do you know how many people unalive from opiates? No,
I don't know.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. It's not gotcha. It's 105,007 people in 2023. Okay, and do you know how many people were? Now this isn't. Now how many people? The specifics here on this one is how many criminal aliens were arrested in the same year. It's 8,531. Now, of those 8,531, only 692 people were arrested. Now, this is U.S. Customs Border Protection stats right now for criminal alien statistics for the fiscal year of 2024 and 2023, okay? Now, if you're following me here, so if, of those 8,531, only 692 were convicted for assault, battery, or domestic violence. But then 105,007 people unalive from opiate overdoses. Like, which is the bigger fish to fry of those two numbers? Like the 692 convictions or the 105,007 unalivings from opiate?
That's why they're bombing fishing boats. Omi, come on. That's why we're blowing up fucking random two dudes in a boat in the middle of the ocean. Come on, that's obviously.
But Alice, I'm curious, like which one? Because this one's just rooted in the numbers.
That's a great name for a fishing company. Two
Which
dudes
one?
in a boat.
I'm gonna trademark that. Thank you.
So
Mojo?
like Alice, which problem would you say is like most impacting Americans? Illegal immigration or the opiate crisis?
This is simple math, man.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't want any of it. I don't think any of it's acceptable, and we should do our best to tackle both.
So you're not able to say because the fact is this, right? Earlier when they said, shouldn't we stop all crime? You said, yeah, but what about the illegal immigrants? But then when I asked you about what of these two different stats that negatively impact Americans.
Again, at what point in my answer about all crime says that I only want to focus on illegal immigration crime?
Because you said
it's because
you did a whataboutism when
all crime that includes crime done by illegal immigrants.
Now you're tap dancing because you're tap dancing because
you're putting words in my mouth.
You revealed yourself your inconsistency. So Mojo asked you.
Everyone gets an introduction. Mama, the Rainbow Mafia. Can I get your age and who you vote for?
Sorry. Yes. I'm 46 years old. I live in Florida. I'm a drag queen. I am going to law school down here in Florida. I have a house in Tennessee.
Okay, I don't need all this. I don't need all this.
Okay, all right. Okay, hold the hell up. Hold the hell up. I said, hold on now. I'm a Medea impersonator.
Hell yeah.
Who did you vote for?
No, I got her. I'm done.
Thank you.
That was enough.
All right, I was getting mad. Getting mad. Okay.
I was interested, to be honest.
She
literally catfished me. I was ready.
Okay, Oust. Here's the reason to push back on your last point here, because you also think that all car crashes are bad. You want to eliminate all car crashes, but you know what you're not willing to eliminate? You're not willing to eliminate cars. So you understand that we're gonna have to fucking deal with car crashes. You want to mitigate that, sure, but you're not gonna fucking eliminate all fucking cars because we need to get places, right?
When
You
you
know,
finish,
Oust, I think, Oust, you're actually
fucking
making your
Christ. Go ahead. Go
ancestors.
ahead. Go ahead and answer. And give him my answer, Almin. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hold on. Let Oust answer that question. It's a good question.
Yeah, okay. I'll go after you, Oust.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Please do answer that question,
You're
Oust.
doing a fine job. You're doing a fine job.
Yeah, no, Oust, let me put it a different way. Do you think that
Go ahead.
we
Go
should
ahead.
just like get rid of all McDonald's because people are unaliving from obesity in this country?
I do, but
I don't, because I think it's a human right to be obese.
is it a human right to OD on opiates too?
Yes.
Well, what? So since we're doing human rights and not civil rights, is it a human right for undocumented people to be treated as humans, like, and not as, like, not being thrown in cages and denied health care and being surrounded by alligator moats? Like, where do we start? Where do the human rights start and where do they stop? No, nothing.
It depends who you ask, right? I mean, Trump was asked that question, and he said that.
I'm sorry. I was busy trying to answer crosstabs in the comments because you guys want to talk. So, what was your question again?
Like, when do the human rights stop, and where do they start? Because we're not talking about we're not talking about constitutional rights. We're talking about human rights now, right? So.
So this is just my opinion, and I'm going to lay it out like this, right? Is my rights, whether they're human or civil liberties, whatever, end where your human rights and your civil liberties begin.
The fuck does that mean?
What's your point?
So
that we are human beings, and we are just because we are different does not mean that we have more freedoms and rights than others. We are all equally have the same rights and freedoms and privileges across the board. That's what I believe.
But
within a constraint. I mean, we live in a fucking society.
Wait, there's
your point is incorrect.
To that, though, because what about people in wheelchairs? Do you have an equal? Do you have equal right?
Are they not people just like me?
Do you have an equal right to a handicap parking spot as an able-bodied person?
All right. What's your point here? What are you trying to
No,
say?
can you answer the question? Do you have an equal?
No, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
No, it's because your IQ is so low and you cannot have a conversation. I've been very patient thus far. The reason why is
you guys
because
are assholes. I'm sorry, but you guys are
Mojo.
assholes.
Come on,
Mojo. No, Oust.
Fuck Omi.
Oust. No, fuck Omi. But
fuck
literally,
Omi.
Oust is a fucking idiot. Let's be honest.
Fuck me, Ash. You were far ruder to him the whole time. I was being nice.
I know, because I know. I've
answer
listened to
a
him so
basic
many
question.
times. I've listened to him talk so many times. I'm sorry. I'm generally not a rude person, but I'm in a mood, and this guy is he can't understand anything. He's been explained this shit to so many times, and he just doesn't understand. So,
he's
I don't
just
know.
a racist.
Get your
That's
crayons
literally
out
what it
and,
is.
try to explain to him in, backwards letters. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, because basically, Oust, earlier when Cross Tabs gave you that example of the cars, and you want to get rid of all the cars, your ancestors might have been really proud of that because it's equivalent to the Skittle, the cyanide Skittle analogy, and like Trump retweeted this too. Good on Trump for revealing his true colors. And remember, this was a Yahtzee propaganda campaign that we got to get rid of all the Skittles because you don't know which ones have the cyanide, and that was the Schmolocast. And Crosstabs revealed that you have the logic equivalency to that, because instead of figuring out how we can make cars and traffic safer, you want to get rid of all the cars, just like you want to get rid of all the Skittles in case there's a cyanide Skittle in there.
Yeah, fuck the cars.
Hey, Mojo.
What?
Sorry, panel. Point of mod privilege for a second. Mojo, are you feeling feisty? Do you want to fight right now with some liberals?
No, but fuck on me.
Okay. All right, never mind.
With some liberals. What liberals? What liberals?
Why? Do you have something you want to fight about?
No, not me. No, not me. I just was going to ask you a question about something you said earlier today about a specific person. Okay, fine. All right. I think it was Messi's panel. Why did you say fuck Omi earlier today?
This is Omi.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking, because he's on the panel.
because I don't like Omi.
Mojo,
let's get into that.
Noticed?
Let's get into that.
Yeah,
wait, Mojo.
Omi's just annoying. I like
Mojo,
Omi, but he is annoying.
Have you noticed, though, that you have more comfort and kinship with people like Oust than you do with me?
Is there a problem with that?
I mean, I think it's pretty indicative. Like, I think that it's...
You're an asshole. He's not an asshole.
So you can get along with Yahtzee talking points, fine. But
the talking points are irrelevant.
I think that's more relevant than my personality, because if we both can agree on human rights... Well, you can think whatever you want.
I think you're wrong, because your personality just sucks ass.
See, that's my issue, is because even if I don't like somebody, but like they have really good policy decisions, or they believe in the same like human rights, and they're not a plantation sympathizer.
You do you then. You do you. Stop fucking purity testing me.
I just think like me. That's insane.
This is why I don't like you, because you fucking purity test. Fuck you.
How is that a purity test?
I'll say what I want.
Because if you were a Marxist, right, I would.
There you go.
See,
here comes the purity. This is why I don't like Omi.
No, I'm saying if you're a Marxist, even if I didn't get along with you, I would still protect you as a Marxist over like a MAGA Republican, because
again,
we believe in shared that. How is that purity testing? It has nothing to do with
you came in here attacking me because you didn't think my
Marxism
was. You came in here attacking me because you didn't think my Marxism was good enough.
When did I do that today?
Not today. The first time you came in.
Oh yeah, forever
when I decided
ago. Just
that you sucked ass as a human being.
But you don't think that's weird that you would have more kinship with a Klan member than somebody else in your own party?
He's not a fucking Klan member. What the fuck?
No, I'm not saying Oust is. I'm just saying now the hypothetical Klan member that does the respectability politics and is really,
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm not trying to white knight here, but Mojo likes to argue with people. This is a well-known thing. He enjoys opposition, so you aren't doing him any favors. I'm not doing him any favors either. But I will say that
I'm opposed to Mojo, though, like on a lot of things, right?
Well,
I'm not opposed to you on the vast majority of the things that you say. That's why I fucking hate you so much.
Right.
That's the thing. That's the thing, Omi. He'll find something to disagree with you on. Omi, like you can agree with him on 98% of things. He'll find that 2% and disagree with you. Like he just likes to argue with everyone.
HR and I argued about fucking human nature for God knows how long.
Yeah,
and drove everybody fucking crazy.
Yeah,
and I like HR a lot.
Technically, him verbalizing he doesn't like you is actually a badge of honor. So why don't you
shut
move
up?
on?
Don't say that shit.
A little bit.
That's some CS bullshit.
No, I'll
take that as a badge of honor.
I don't care if you like me or not, Mojo. I don't need to be liked. That's not what this is about. I just thought
deal with me saying fuck me. That's it. That's all there's to it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And if I care
I'll
about
bring you up
whatever
when I want to drive the panel
right.
crazy.
Yeah, like I'm just here for entertainment purposes and critical thinking skills occasionally too. But That's okay.
Okay. Well then, thank you for allowing me to use you.
Anytime.
Also, like, I just want to say, civics is gone, but I guess it's pointless now. But I do apologize for freaking out on him earlier.
Just trying to get the glue off my eyelids.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you are here.
Civics is still
Civics,
there.
I just want to apologize for freaking out. Yeah, well, it's because
You know what was really cool about that, Ash?
I was frustrated. I thought I was talking for so much, and everyone kept talking, and I was like, "Oh, am I not talking?" And then someone finally responded. And I was
That's
like,
right. You got
okay,
pissed
so
off
you could
because
hear me
couldn't
talking the
figure
whole
out how to
time.
use
Go
your goddamn microphone.
fuck yourself.
That's right.
I just realized
Sorry.
that
I'm just sorry.
civics
I'm sorry about that.
Civics proved today the theory that a lot of children believe in. If they don't see you, you can't see them, because Ash in fact did not see you, Civics, when you glued your eyes shut. So I thought that was pretty cool. You should publish that.
I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at my screen, Civics. You are still here, and I wanted to in person apologize for telling you to fuck off. I apologize.
I didn't mean to piss you off. You're just like, can you guys hear me? And then it went silent. I was like, okay, what?
No, it sounded, well, the way that you said it just to me sounded like, yeah, we've been hearing you. What do you want to say? And I was just like, well, fuck all y'all then.
To be fair, I will say we all know Civics by the white and orange background, right? He currently has a different picture up on green screen. So, like, when I glanced up, I didn't see Civics, and I wasn't looking at the name. You know, like, no disrespect to Civics at all. Just saying, like, because you're swapping pictures around, it looked like a different person. That's all.
Civics, you're catfishing. They said stop catfishing them right now.
Bro, Civics is like one of the hottest fucking people on this app. If he fucking showed you his real picture, you would not fucking think he's catfishing. He looks like fucking Josh Hartnett. Swear to God.
I don't know. I thought he looked like what's that? Oh my God, Adam Sandler. I thought he looked like Adam Sandler.
No.
No.
No, he says no. What was that? No.
I mean, that's kind of fucked up, but also Adam Sandler's a G, so I don't know what you're trying to say.
Oh, I meant Ben Stiller. I always get Ben Stiller and Adam Sandler mixed up. I'm sorry.
Oh,
but yes, now he's Adam Sandler. There he is.
Those are two different people, yeah.
Wait, Omni, did you just call Civics a Zionist?
What?
Yep.
I never would do such a thing. Oh God.
That's some bait, man.
I don't know where we are now.
Oust, are we still friends, Oust? Can we still argue on libertarian lives?
100%. I literally take nothing.
We disagree on everything. We disagree on everything, but like we can have good conversations.
Yeah, I have been getting fired up on this panel tonight, and I've lost my temper a little bit with some people, Ash included.
Have you?
Well, yeah, I've raised my voice. Or whoever was that Leo guy, I totally told him to.
Ash is a good dude too. Okay, Ash is a good dude. Don't hold it against him. He's a little high. Wait, no, he's not high. He was drinking tonight, so
I will have
okay.
you know that Leo is a fucking bitch. I can't stand that guy either.
I will tell you that I will say that I have for whatever reason I didn't go to the store, and so I have been not without my medication today, so I decided to medicate in a different way. So I'm not smoking, and the drinking makes me angrier. So yes, I apologize.
That makes
so that's
a
why
lot
you
of sense then.
that's why you turned into that's why you turned into lip tears. That's why I was freaking on lip tears. Yeah, that's right.
Ash, the second I said Ash has been drinking tonight, I heard someone crack a beer. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Good to know.
Drink up. We'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I'm also fighting with the old lady, so I'm glad you guys are keeping me occupied.
Thank you. We're here for you.
Oh, I gotta go to bed now.
Oh, shit.
Wait, we can't end on a positive note, Mojo. Like, we gotta say something problematic so I can end my night properly, please.
I don't even know what time it is. Van Gogh sucks.
It's 11:45 your time, and by the way, Omi, he will fight with you all fucking night. Do you want to fucking fight?
I was so it takes a lot to really get under my skin. Like, if I raise my voice, I probably am not really that bothered. But like, what did really bother me, Mojo, was the other day when we were talking about economics, and I was trying to make a economic anthropology point about the relation between subsistence and economics, and then you guys dropped me and then said I was stupid, and then HR then made the same points that I was making. Well, I didn't get to finish all my points, but she started making the same points I was making, and then made the points I was going to finish making, but in reverse order, and everybody agreed.
All right. Here's the problem. The problem is that Omi has one area of expertise that would be something like anthropology. I don't know what the fuck it is, but some stupid shit that he likes to talk about. And that leads him to believe that he knows everything about everything. And if you tell him that he's wrong about something, he turns into they turn into this little bitch. So
Dunning-Kruger curve.
Isn't anthropology the study of life?
It's the study of humanity. So wherever there's a human, there's a department of anthropology that overlaps with that.
What's the study of economics?
There is economic anthropology.
It's societal issues generally, right?
Yeah,
that's sociology.
No, that's more like sociology.
You end up studying about how people traded and bartered for fucking cows and bulls' testicles.
No, there's also urban.
It's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you don't know modern economics. You have absolutely no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And for you to even try and get involved, try and get involved in that conversation was fucking pathetic.
Mojo, HR made the same point, but just in the reverse was that with climate change.
She didn't make the same point. She didn't make
what
the same
HR said
point.
was with the climate change.
That she didn't want to argue with you. She didn't make the same point.
I was gone.
She was just trying to get you to shut the fuck up. She was just trying to get you to shut the fuck up.
No, that's not true, because I wasn't even on panel when she was making.
Look at this shit. Now you think I fucking argue? This guy will fucking argue until he's blue in the face. This person.
That's true.
Sorry. This is why. Okay.
See, you're doing tribalism.
I'm really bad at this. I super apologize. I'm not used to using pronouns. It is my bad. I apologize.
I mean, I'm not one of those people who would have my feelings hurt. I would, I let people know what my pronouns are, but I'm not going to get my feelings hurt when I'm, But
Omni, real quick. Do you think people should have a right to not to be offended and not have their feelings hurt? Do you think that should be a human right?
I mean, I think that's a stupid. I wouldn't really engage in that conversation, to be honest. I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't mean to be that rude, but I mean, I guess that question wouldn't be relevant to me. For me, I don't care about who. So you're basically entertaining the Jordan Peterson level social contract theory of identity is something that we agree upon. It's not just self-determined, and I just don't find that conversation to be really compelling.
I mean, I wasn't even trying to go that route, but okay.
Well, no, but that's often the opening question. So sorry if I assume, but the opening question of should people have the right to not be offended? I mean, I don't think that's a right. For me, rights are more, rights-based systems are just one way of looking at society, right? Not everything has to be a rights-based system. But if we're going to do that, I would say water, clean air, food, shelter, those are more things I would say are rights. Everything else is some moralistic, socially agreed, construct that is really subjective.
If we had an additional Bill of Rights, human rights, and we added right to water, food, education, and the government, whether federal or state, would have to be, by law, have to provide those for its citizens.
Right.
Residents.
I think Mexico has an interesting Constitution, Mojo, I think you would actually enjoy it because it was drafted during this like Marxist flux of like influence there, but like they added the right of freedom of movement, which has a lot of like interesting like implications on their constitutional law, and that's why they changed from stopping people on their borders in the south, like from Guatemala, and they're like, oh, well, we can't impede your movement, so you can come here and go all the way to the U.S. because you have freedom of movement as long as you're within Mexico. I think that's kind of interesting because that's more natural with like, you know, living organisms and human migration and stuff like that. But
Omi, I'm going to tell you something before you get too far off topic here.
Yeah, sorry.
Just because, no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Listen, I've got no problem with you, other than it's fun arguing with you. But I just want to say one thing. There is no world in which you and HR were going to say the same things at the same time, because that woman will say 32,000 different points at once, and she was always going to go off on her own little tangent. She is the smartest fucking person I've ever experienced on this app, and you might agree with her, but there is no world in which you were going to make her point, because she's going to make her own fucking point every fucking time.
That's just not like, you can hear lives that I have because the points I was making are points I've made before. I didn't get to finish them, and what HR. No, literally what HR said. Did HR, yes or no, did HR say that our economy is going to shift with climate change because it's going to change our agriculture?
Do you know what the conversation was actually about? Do you remember?
I mean, it was
before you started your shit
about before everything.
Before you started your shit.
I have no idea. Like, my memory starts where my shit starts, so I don't know what happened before that.
Oh, well, maybe you should have been paying attention, and then you could.
No, like my shit starts with observing. You know what I'm saying? Like, epistemic, I don't know.
We were actually
anything
talking
outside
about.
of that.
I'm sorry. We were actually talking about the value of the dollar as a global exchange currency, and how it's being affected by current situations that are going on all over the world. Right. And then you decided to pipe in and say, "But sustenance living." Like, what the fuck?
Well, subsistence strategy, not subsistence living.
What the fuck ever?
No, they're different because one, it's like defining something colloquial versus like the psychology definition of something. Like, they're not going to be the same thing. Like, the way we use a term colloquially isn't going to be the same. Like, as a school of thought uses
You were so ridiculous.
It reminds me of this Matt guy who came in one time hot and was like, HR said something to him and he was like, that's not true. It was just like, everyone was just like, bro, maybe you should pick a different like adversary because you're not going to win this argument.
I saw this guy come in. I also saw this guy come in.
You guys are just doing
Blossom and HR at the same time on economics and insist that he won. I also saw some guy come in and try and school HR on the history of India, which was one of the most ridiculous things I'd ever seen in my... Joey, as a matter of fact, is his name. And that was one of the most ridiculous things I'd ever seen in my life as well. And then here you come in and you want to talk about subsistence, survival, fucking economics, blah, 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 when we weren't talking about anything close to that.
Well, but what did HR talk about with crop failure and agricultural models needing to change with climate change and how that affects our economics?
That's where she went eventually, but we were talking about global trade, and she eventually.
I know, but that's exactly what I was trying to talk about.
That's because Steve was on the fucking panel, and he was talking because he's a fucking farmer. He was talking about this shit, but that's not originally what we were talking about. So when you came into the room, when you jumped into the conversation, it was about something completely different, and you tried to drag it away from something just so you could have some sort of a fucking viewpoint on it, which was just dumb.
Well, because at some point we were talking about the change of like geopolitics from if America collapses, like if there would be. and then I was talking about, and then I forget somehow it related with immigration, with like mass immigration due to climate
You're the one who
change.
actually you're the one who actually thought that the America would collapse or whatever because we wouldn't be the global reserve currency anymore. And you didn't even know what the fucking global reserve currency meant. You asked to define it, and you couldn't do it.
No, when she asked me what a reserve currency was, I thought she was talking about the gold, backing of the dollar.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
You did. Yeah, gold-backed currency. No, that's not it. But yet you still talked and talked and talked and talked.
Mojo.
I don't know, Mojo. I think. Oh, sorry, cross tabs.
No, I was just gonna make a dumb joke. I was just gonna say we back our currency with babies now. Get with the times. Go ahead, Omi.
I thought China did that.
Well, now we're doing it too.
Okay.
It is kind of backed by potential labor and consumerism.
Yeah.
Well, that was one thing I said was
our fiat currency is both backed by the fact that we can repay it, so it's confidence in the dollar, and it is also our fucking military.
Well, I was saying that it's backed by unpaid labor, because if we were to pay for all the labor that that it has gone unpaid, whether that's with
it really has nothing
workers,
to do with labor.
Or if it's child laborers and South Asia.
It really has nothing to do with labor.
Well, technically, we do. With the government, the government does borrow money against future generations' taxpayers.
Okay, that's not why we're the global reserve currency.
No.
Yeah, see, this is the problem. You guys are going off on the other subject just so you can get in the conversation. And that's why I had such a problem with you yesterday, and that's why I dropped you from the panel. And then when B got pissed off because she said something to HR, I thought it was ridiculous because you attack people on a regular basis and tell them that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Yet as soon as HR said that to you, B said, "Oh, that's rude." But B has never said that about you. I mean, you can come in here and you can be the biggest asshole in the world, and you're okay. So I dropped both of you.
Well, I would never say that I'm never rude, because that's obviously wrong. But I would say that a good portion of the time, at least in this live, that I've been rude. It's reactionary. I'm not gonna escape
I know, it's never your fault. I get it.
It's not, Mojo. I'm a delight. That's why you invite me up.
No, I invite you up once again just to piss everybody off, just to fucking throw a wrench in the fucking system. I'm going to put you and Stallion on the same panel at some point or another.
Mojo, it's fine. If you feel like you're a little grunt, you're in a 90s grunge era moment and you want to rebel against the system, and you're let me get a crazy leftist up here. That's fine. It's fine.
No, I don't ever want to talk. Generally, I don't ever want to talk to you about anything. Like I said, I'm going to agree with you the vast majority of the time on the things that you say. I just, well, first of all, don't like the way you say it, and secondly, I really hate when you jump into conversations that you shouldn't be in, and thirdly, that you're never fucking wrong about anything, and you tell everybody that. That's fucking annoying.
I mean, I just try to speak on things that I know. So and then I'm wrong too. But if there's something that I literally have no particle physics, I just would never speak on that, because I'm horrible with any domain.
How you decided you needed to talk about the global reserve currency? I don't get it.
Well, it was because of the geopolitical conversation and how economics is going to change due to displacement, the collapse of America because of our polarization and stuff, and then with climate change and how that focuses the change. How
it has nothing to do with anything we're fucking talking about. What the fuck? All right. Anyway, so Crosstabs, do you understand a little more now? Why I say fuck off?
Yes. I do. I just want to make a quick point for the chat. How many people are in here right now?
Not many.
Not many. Fine. 63. Fine. I want to say one thing. You guys
say fuck Omi. Say fuck Omi.
No. I will not. I will not. However, if you guys are longtime Mojo fans of the Mojo verse, you know that I've been around here for fucking ever. I'm fucking his one of his oldest fucking what's the word that Donovan uses? Acolytes? Yeah, I'm one of his oldest acolytes. Okay. Right. Okay. Listen. I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna. You guys on the panel can take from this what you will.
This preamble is epic.
Well, get fucking ready, because here I fucking go. It's hard enough to be a gay man in this community and already have my views written off. That, like, I already come from a deficit when I'm trying to make arguments. So to come up on panels and have that deficit and have to argue against it, it makes it really fucking difficult when people like that last guest that came up who was like, I'm a drag queen, blah, 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 blah. It makes my lifestyle look like it's something to be mocked.
Lifestyle? Oh my God, Boomer, you don't have to talk about your queerness like that. I just want to say, as a queer to another one of the alphabet soup, that, one, you don't have to call it a lifestyle. And then two, I would have never perceived you to be gay. So are you saying as a trade of the internet that you are being impacted by the femme presenting queer men on here? Is that your plight?
What I'm telling you is that everyone on this app, especially the ops, knows that I'm gay, and therefore they put me into a box. So when I make arguments, I have to be much fucking smarter about it. I was trying to make a poignant point, if you will, about the last guest, and I was trying to do it in a fucking smart way so that you wouldn't feel upset. I was gonna make it about them, but then you fucking came for me while I was trying to make our fucking community. While I was trying to make our community recognized. This is fucking wild, dude.
Cross tabs. I was trying. Oh my God, I can't even banter with another queer person.
Oh my God, what the fuck? How are you making it about you right now?
Call him a boomer. You called him a boomer.
I did, because I didn't like that you said your lifestyle, because it feels like that's like something that's imposed by heteronormative people, like that it's a lifestyle or a choice, and I just
guess what?
You don't even get to talking be gay correctly. What the fuck?
when you're talking to heteronormative people, sometimes you have to adopt their language to get them to understand shit.
Isn't that assimilation?
No, it's fucking understanding how fucking people work and understanding how to make a conversation work for you.
When it comes to race, Toni Morrison, she talks about the white gaze, which is like the sort of societal norm that sits on your shoulder and makes you have to translate your culture to people who don't understand you. But this case, it's like the hetero gaze, and you feel like you have to translate your queerness to a heteronormative audience, and like that. And I wasn't trying to pick. I was like talking to you like I would talk to my sibling. So I apologize if I offended you. I know I don't know you, so
no, you didn't offend me. You did not offend me. You did not offend me.
Because I was really trying to banter and internal way.
Understood.
What's a hetero gay? I don't know what that is.
No, heteronormative.
Oh, okay, all right.
But cross tabs is kind of like a hetero gay if you made up a term, because I referred to cross tabs as trade, which refers to a gay man who presents as straight.
That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild, because guess fucking what, Omi? What? Like I was trying to be fucking supportive But fuck, dude, I was the fucking one fucking 20 years ago. I was the one making fucking phone calls 15 years ago, making fucking phone calls in Washington to get WA 74 passed, the right for fucking marriage equality. I was the one fucking on the phones doing that fucking work for us. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I lost my cool.
Okay.
I lost my cool. Sorry.
You're okay.
No, and I respect that a lot, and I think a lot of young queer people, like, because some aspects are more normalized, like to a vast greater extent, and then like the likelihood of being experienced violence, like not everywhere, like if you live in certain places it's probably the same, but like especially in large cities though, it's like far greater because of previous generations of queer leaders. Like I think a lot of people take that work for granted. So, I appreciate you, for like what you've lived through and like what you're speaking on, and I would never want to diminish that at all. So I apologize for, making you feel that way. I was just, like I said, I was trying to banter with you like I would like my sibling. And so
I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I was about to attack you and say you're welcome bullshit, but like I do appreciate you saying that. I really do. Thank you.
And like for me, I have a whole different experience than you. Like because not just generationally, but like culturally, it's, a lot of people assume like, oh, like you have this like coming out moment or this or that. But like in my culture, like queerness has always been accepted and normalized. And so I never had to like identify anything as other than myself until like I went out into society or came to the internet. And so your experience is going to be very different than mine as well. So I have to acknowledge that. So I apologize for that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Listen, appreciate the fact that it was always accepted in your life, because the fucking struggle that existed in the late 80s, early 90s, and even into the fucking 2000s, like the fact that you didn't have to make that fight, you led a better life than me. And for that, I will say you're welcome. So, I'm glad you didn't have to face that struggle. I'm legitimately glad you didn't have to, because like that fucking sucked for me as a person.
Well, that's why I always say like homophobia and transphobia is a product of like white supremacy and colonialism, because we didn't have that here until it was brought here to us. So I think people who are still performing that in like indigenous spaces or black spaces and etc. Like that's still something that we're having to do with like as a diaspora. So not only generationally, but through imperialism. But anyways, I will stop word vomiting on the internet for everybody and let Mojo have a good night. Sorry.
Hold on, that reminded me for some weird reason. When Go Army was trying to say that his family traced back to the original whites that were in Florida.
Yes.
Let him have that.
The 1500s. He said the 1500s in St. Augustine.
Anytime people like him come up, homie should come up.
Wait,
the original whites. That was the funniest shit I've heard.
Original what? What the fuck?
Yeah, this guy claimed that his family can trace back to the 1500s to the original whites that were here in like fucking St. Augustine, which is just the most absurd thing in the world.
The Spanish? I mean, what? That is crazy.
Like the Spanish encountered whites.
I'm pretty sure he got caught. Didn't he get caught by Ella? And Ella was saying, like, wait a minute, you just said a few days ago your grandparents immigrated in.
Yeah, he's trying to do
he did get caught. That is correct. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to do the foundational American thing.
But the white version of it?
Yeah.
Man, this world is crazy and awesome at the same time, and I'm here for it.
I bet you are.
Well, I have no choice. I was born against my will.
We all have a choice.
That's true.
All right, it's 2 in the morning. I'm going to bed. I got to work in the morning. I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
See you, Civics. Have a good night.
See you.
It's midnight.
Yeah, it's late where you are, Mojo.
Yeah. Especially since I should. Well, tomorrow's Friday. I gotta feed this choppy.
Well,
And then
thanks for
unless
your
there's
time,
something
Mojo.
else you're taking. Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. I mean, nice to see you.
Jesus.
Same here. Same here. It's great.
I'm an asshole. Because I'm an asshole.
Oh my God, was that dude? Are you fucking singing Dennis Leary?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
I'm an asshole. Whoa. Yeah. That's a deep fucking pull, dude.
I don't even remember the rest of the song. I just remember that.
Yeah, I don't know either. Something about being a fireman. I don't know.
Something about driving down the road and the gas guzzling car throwing fucking wrappers out your window and shit like that. I remember that. Huh?
That was an epic era of comedians putting out music. That was like a brief moment in the late 90s.
Yeah, is that when Eddie Murphy did the music too?
Eddie Murphy and Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler had that fucking Lunch Lady song and that whole album. Yeah.
Tom Green.
Yeah. Tom Green too.
Wild shit. Telling you.
Yep.